We're going to call this meeting to order. Start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Now, just a couple housekeeping things. We're trying to improve on our AV system here and some different capabilities, and going through a dry run with it today, and I think it should work fine in our recording. The only note I have is if you can't hear yourself through the speakers, then the recording and the people at home can't hear it. So when you're ready to speak, you really need to have the speaker within 4 or 5 inches and speak loudly and clearly. There's 2 things we could do. If you didn't want to do that, we could get lapel mics. That's going to pick up everything you say and every sip of coffee you take and everything else, or we could get a directional mic in front of you. But these are high-quality microphones. The system's high quality, and a lot of money was spent on it. But again, if you can't hear through the speakers, the people at home can't hear you. And that's where we had gotten some complaints. And we also have 2 vendors in today, from the top-ranked vendors under consideration for our water meter replacement project. And one of them had a time schedule where he wants to try to get on around 11, and the other one will just be waiting in the wings. But I think the way the agenda is and where they are on the agenda, it should fall pretty close to the time.
Well, we'll make it work. A regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors is scheduled for Friday, January 7th, 2022 at 9 a.m. at the Community Center, 3500 Edgewater Drive. Please silence or turn off your cell phones. I just want to, I have it written down before Chris said anything, but I just wanted to remind everybody to talk close to the microphones, because we're trying to get it where our audience can hear us. And even the supervisors have trouble sometimes hearing each other. Consent agenda. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Any comments by the supervisors?
On the minutes, yeah, there is a mistake. I need corrected.
Okay.
Where is it? Oh, on, and I mentioned this to Chris, on page 5 of the, pertaining to the 12th order of business, the comment there was, what it says was there was a discussion regarding the county's plans for Schumacher Road. Mr. Brooks suggested a board member attend the next county meeting and report back to the board. That is not correct. What we were talking about was to have a representative from the board talk to Scott when Scott was here, not to go to the county meeting. It's minor details. Scott's not even here today. But just for the records, I guess it should be changed. The other comment I would make on these minutes, they're weak at best. If I did not attend the meeting, or if I didn't listen to the meeting and I read these minutes, I don't think I'd know what the hell went on at the meeting. So I would like to see, I know this was the company's first attempt at interpreting our meeting. I just don't think it was done very well.
And we'll work on that. And what we're really doing with those meeting minutes is, the legal requirement, which is just a summary, and you see some brief comments, the motion that's made, and the vote on the motion. What we're trying to provide the residents and anyone else is a solid audio-video recording of what happened at the meeting, and post it on YouTube and to our website so they could go see it verbatim. So it's just a difference. You want it in print, or do you want them to be able to access?
I mean, if you're going to have minutes of a meeting, you should make them to where they're worth something, don't you think? I don't know, you guys, I mean,
Well, I don't mind, as long as we have, if you're gonna record it, I don't mind it being, the way it is, but if you're not gonna record it, then we need to do a better job with the minutes.
And we'll have those recordings again, they're posted, and it's really just.
the meeting is recorded, I understand that, but people don't want to listen for 3 hours to a recording of our wonderful meetings. They, some of these people like to read what the minutes were or the summary of the meeting was, and I just think in reading this, like 14th order of business, there being none, the next item followed.
Yeah, it just depends
It
on
could
how
be
much-
just me. I mean, I'm at the meetings, so I know what goes on. But if I was not at the meetings, I don't think I would know what was going on.
And hopefully, oh, sure, and I appreciate it. We'll look at enhancing some of those, but also when we're doing this recording and the video, you can fast forward through it to different points on the agenda, and we were looking at maybe even putting a time on that agenda meeting notes, so if somebody wanted to see item B, okay, it's at 14 minutes, 16 seconds in the video, you could go right to it.
Listen, we made a lot of changes. I mean, when I first started on the board, the meetings were pretty much verbatim the minutes were pretty much verbatim of what the actual meeting was. And then we went to a summary, and now we're going to the highlights. And the next step is don't waste your time.
Yeah, well, we're just trying to do what the legal requirement is and keep the costs and the time down, because the more time you spend, and I know the people that were here were spending almost 2 full days going through those tapes and typing it up.
Just my
And
opinion.
we usually get, if we want to have a request for something, public information or more information, we might go through to that item and do it. But, we get like 1 request for information from a board meeting or 2.
Okay, it was just my opinion. I would like that one thing changed, though.
Oh, we'll take care of it.
Ray, we'll see how this goes, but don't be afraid to bring it up if you're not satisfied. We'll see how this works. And if it's not working,
I mean, it's more or less you have to ask the people in
Right.
the public. I mean,
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm at the meeting, so I know.
Yep.
Yeah, I like the idea of putting the timestamp on the minutes, if that's something we can do. I think that would help. But in general, I like the briefer minutes. I don't like having to read back in detail everything that we discussed at the meeting and trying to make sure that every word is exactly correct and displays it. The summary for me works, and that's my experience with minutes. Is that's usually what they are. I was really thrown when I started having to read the detailed minutes as a board member.
Yeah, and I hope what happens today with some changes we've made to the sound cards and the recording and the video, that it's really a good product we're starting to develop out there, so people can pull it up and it'd be just like being at the meeting.
Is the current recordings verbatim and where the person can go in and understand what was said?
As long as we're speaking into the mic, yes, sir.
I'm talking about ones that we have already recorded previously. Can a person go to those recordings and understand what was said and told?
I think we had some problems at the last meeting with clarity, but we have all the previous meetings on our website.
Until
video.
then, I guess until such time as we have recordings that we know are accurate, that we need more detail in the minutes, in my opinion. But because if they can't go online and hear what was said,
Right.
then we're not covering our bases, right?
Yes, sir.
That's my opinion.
I think they can hear what is said, but I don't think they know where to. If there's a 3-hour meeting, I don't think they know that this particular segment is at the hour 45 mark or the 45-minute mark. So they kind of like have to do it the hard way to find it. But you can hear what is being said for the most part.
And hopefully the video will help too.
Any other comment by the board? Okay, next is public comment.
Vote.
Do we have to vote?
Got to vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
Supervisor Hotelling?
Yes.
President Gilpin?
Yes. Okay, public comment? While somebody's coming up, Bud, I just personally would like to thank Dan Stiegel for filling in for 10 months. I think it was beneficial to the community, and I think he was the right guy at the right time, and I just want to publicly thank Dan for what he did.
I'll second that.
I'll third that.
Okay, but
Just a question on the new minute format. In case there's an item that ever required a court appearance or hearing where the official minutes were used, would they get the recording or would they get a printed copy?
The recording right now, which would be the audio video of that meeting.
Mr. Attorney, would that be acceptable in a court of law?
They would technically get both if they asked for that. I mean, if they requested, because the recordings are also public record. And so if they asked for the written meeting, the minutes, they would get the written version, but they could also have the audio.
Well, I know there's been occasions where we've had to revert to minutes at the court hearings when we used to have those. I just wondered. Is this time I can ask anything on below? Or?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, my first question is on the water meter replacement, and then further down there's additional professional services for water meter project. How far along are we in getting new meters installed?
We're bringing the top 2 vendors today to make oral presentations to the board.
Okay.
And we have a ranking.
So you've had the RFP and you've gotten.
Yes, sir. We got 4 vendors that responded. The consultant, staff, and a third party reviewed and evaluated those, scored the top 2. The top 2 will be here today. The last 2 criteria for the evaluation is the oral presentation.
Could you share with us what and I only approximate number, what's the approximate cost look like?
The meter installation from the consultant itself, those 2 bids were $1.285 million, and they were within $100 of each other. Wow. The third bid was about 1.5, and the fourth one 1.85.
And is their guarantee the same as Avatar or the company we're just pursuing right now?
The warranties are all listed, and they're typically 10 years full, 20 years with the second 10 being prorated.
The only reason I ask that, I've been here 26 years and was involved in this for a lot of those years. The best results we ever had in getting revenue, because water and sewer is a revenue maker, you know that. The best results we ever had is when we had a drive-by system. 2 guys would take their computers, drive up and down the streets. It took them 2 days a month to do that. There was no fancy hardware to maintain. There was no electronics to maintain other than the fact that the computer would be tied to the meter.
Yes, sir.
And we got rid of that for a brand new system that cost over $1 million. Now we're going to spend another $3 million to put a new system in that's going to be too smart for most of the people here to maintain.
That's a good point. And the one of the vendors they do have, and it's part of their package, is that AMR drive-by capability, which we think is attractive.
That's the best one we ever had.
Yeah. And I will say, though, that the reason they went with their $1.2 million system is the $700,000 on the AMR drive-by. That system also failed.
Well, that might be true. There's no perfect system.
Right.
My point is we get increasingly higher cost into reading meters.
Yes.
And pretty soon the return's not going to be there because our revenue has dropped. And you do over the past 10 years and look at revenue compared to past 10, we're not making nearly the money we should, and the growth in the district is incredible. So I think the board ought to look at that very carefully. There's nothing beats a human guy going looking at that meter and writing it down. And the cost of about $18 an hour, you can do a lot of that for a couple of $1 million. The other issue is, I got a question in general on the...
Excuse me, just a minute. I need a point of clarification, because I think our president gave you misinformation. The idea of moving the public comment to the beginning of the meeting was to allow the public to speak on anything not in.
Well, that's what that's what I wanted.
I think you got back, I think you got misinformation. I'm just trying to get it clarified, because I think the idea is that we will still have public comment for each of the agenda items as they come up.
Yeah.
But this is for anything not on the agenda.
So I just want to ask another question. I don't see it on here. A developer who has bought 300 lots, who is that? From, like I said, got them through the county or something?
It's Prominence Homes. Prominence Homes.
Prominence Homes. And is that-
Alabama.
That's out on Cortez?
No, it's, they bought 306 all through Sun Lake, but they're from Alabama.
I don't care whether I said that's on Cortez Boulevard, though. That's going to be that area. Is there water?
They're really all over. They bought
Is there
all
water
over.
and sewer to their major areas?
Yeah, they have bought a few that aren't water and sewer, and they're off of Cortez.
And who will pay for those? The developer, or will they be charged back against the lots?
Well, I would assume that they're got to pay it, so it wouldn't be us if there's no water and sewer hooked up.
Well, I think it's an important question, because if you, I know where Supervisor Hoteling lives, when that was installed, it was charged back against the lot. There were bonds that they're paying. And I would assume this would be the same situation. It doesn't come out of the district pocket, that's mine.
I didn't even ask, because I just assumed that, Bud, but, you know, maybe I shouldn't
I
assume.
don't think you can assume anything anymore.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Puffenberger, could you identify yourself for the record, too, in the meeting minutes?
I'm sorry, George Puffenberger, resident. I had one other item. I simply wanted to bring it up. I'd like to ask the board and the Mike Lemire, who represents the golf operation. I think you ought to revisit your policy on people coming back off injuries, broken legs, replacement joints. With the advent of the number of folks we have getting up in years, the average age at one time was 70 years old. I don't know what it is now, members. You got a lot of that. And if you could explain to me a policy that says, okay, if I'm out for 8 months because of knee replacement, I'm cleared to come back in July, why I have to pay the previous 8 months, and then you'd credit for it next year. What's the logic in that policy?
I'd like to respond. This was a request that Supervisor Brooks brought to the board concerning a special consideration for a resident member who had come back, and we wanted a special rate. At that point, I voted against that resolution, and I believe I was wrong in my vote. I believe it is something, because of the demographics of this area, that we need to seriously look at our policy. These things are happening beyond a person's control, and we kind of looked at just the international rates as an example. We looked at it, giving them special consideration because it was out of their control. And we have the same situation here with residents. And on this particular case, what we've done is offended a resident and member, and the district got nothing. Where we could have easily made this a win-win by satisfying, to a degree, the member, and at the same time having the district realize a financial gain. So I would seriously ask us as a board to look at that policy. Not today, we don't need to discuss it in detail, but at the next meeting, we need to look at that policy and try to come up with something that is more fair and equitable, especially for the demographics that we have in this area. It's only going to it's a constant that we are going to have to look at, and I think we need to look at it seriously with a little bit more thought process than we did in my opinion. I didn't give it a lot of thought. I was looking at a can of worms, I thought, and I was wrong. And I would just like to put that on record.
Well, the board has the authority to do most anything they want to do when it comes to policies, even as it pertains to your outside contractors. But for many years, the policy was, it was not a board policy, it was a golf policy, that dues were never refunded. And the board broke that policy a couple of years back.
Right.
When they refunded a non-resident his entire dues because his wife couldn't get medical care in this area. Once you break that policy, you got a strong case of never enforcing it again. So here's a case, not dissimilar to that. The board made that policy. The board can change that policy. And I agree with Supervisor Herrick. You ought to be a little more lenient towards people who live here who pay assessments. And the gentleman who got the exception didn't live here and never paid a dime of exception. I only bring these things up in incidents of fairness to the people who pay the bills, and I'd like to see it revisited. If you don't approve it, that's not my issue. I just simply would like to see a broader policy that takes some consideration of the fact that you're a member, you live here, and help pay for the golf operation out of your assessments. One last statement is, I don't think this board ought to ever pass any money to pave Schumacher Road. It's not ours. It's never been ours. It's not going to be ours. So when the county comes to us to pave part of it, what's the county give us? We give them $5-6 million a year. And you people don't realize, but Sun and Lake residents plus Tanglewood, we can elect county commissioner. We got enough votes to do that. So when they come crying to us, we say, what are you going to do for us? Look at the gas tax. I knew that was a no-brainer. You couldn't get it. We're never going to get it. So what do we get? Not much. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bud. I'll make sure that this gets on the agenda for the next meeting. Okay?
Yeah, because, the other thing that he brought up that needs to be looked at in this policy is the fact that we charge them up front and for something for next year. And I'm not sure that's right either. And I think that's where he was originally going.
Right, and I'm definitely happy to revisit it. Just so the board's aware of that, the way the policy's written is actually it's tough on our end to navigate as well, so we're happy to revisit.
I agree with these guys. We should look at it next meeting.
Yeah, and I don't think you did anything wrong. It was our policy. If we change the policy, that's the way it is, but we can't have people breaking our policies, so,
No.
thank you.
And I don't have any issue changing the policy, but like I say, we have an assessment appeal committee. Maybe we want to think about forming a membership appeal committee where if there's any, rather than have to take it up at, individual board meetings, just, a suggestion, potentially.
Okay. Pete?
My name's Peter DeLongchamp. I'm a resident. One thing I wanted to mention is, because this subject Bud brought up, I happen to be the person I wasn't asking for anything. I'm not a mooch. When I arrived here last year, I was only going to be here 2 months, people were telling me, hey, I'm paying monthly, but they were considered international members. Then the word gets out, they said, well, we don't want to give you an option because we don't want to set a precedent. Well, the definition of a precedent is an event or action that is regarded as example or guide to be considered in similar circumstances. So, when you created an international membership, did you not set a precedent? Do you feel like you did? Because I'm living with that one. So, no U.S. citizen was considered a precedent due to, my surgery was postponed due to COVID-19, but I just sucked it up and accepted the fact that I was told no. Now, I wasn't asking for a handout. I was willing to pay $1,700 for 60 days to play golf. Didn't happen. Well, I don't have a voice here, so my voice was my dollar, and I chose not to spend it here this year. So decisions do have consequences. And when you say you made it to not set a precedent, you did set one, and I'm living with it.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Just to clarify, so
Oh.
somebody else asked me this. The intention of the public comments at the beginning of the meeting are not to take away from public comments during the meeting. Right. Because there's been some questions about that from people saying, well, do we get to talk about the issues? So for the records, yes, you do get to talk about the issues. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the point was so that somebody who just had something they wanted to say but didn't really care about the issues didn't have to sit through the whole meeting before
Yeah,
they could
and
make
and
public
that's the
comment.
reason it was changed, is because we had so many people leaving after 3 hours of sitting here at the meeting and still hadn't got to the public comment. So that's why I changed it. And
Yeah, the public comment at the beginning of the meeting is for general public comments. You're always, at each agenda item, there will always be an
Yes.
opportunity for public comment regarding that agenda item.
right, that one never
People
changed.
saw that, though, see the schedule, and they go, well, there's no more public comments after that.
Yeah, well, they must not know much about them, right? But we want people to have an opinion and let us to tell us. And I think the last two meetings, since we changed this, we even let them talk again because they weren't aware. So we haven't shut them down, so. Okay. Action agenda. Board approval to open 2 bank accounts at the Heartland National Bank for Sun and Lake Improvement District at the Sun and Lake Improvement District golf account.
Before we go into that, can I just have a legal opinion on why we're changing the way we're doing business?
As,
Is
you
there
mean
a
as
legal
far as, you
opinion?
mean as far as the format of the resolutions?
Yeah.
It's just to make it a little bit easier to read. My understanding from Chris is that the format is a little bit, gives more information, is a little bit easier to read, doesn't have all the, the legalese. So it's a working process. So we're going to see how this works out, and
So
you guys.
this is just, we're trying this to see if it's okay?
But we've
And
always,
and the reason for this was make it easier?
Yeah, it's supposed to be, hopefully there's more information contained in the actual, because usually I drafted up a resolution that had the whereas clauses and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But all the supporting documents was was secondary. This includes all the information basically in the document itself, so that someone that gets, it's not referring to a lot of exhibits, in general, and has a lot more information on the actual document itself. So if someone is looking at this online, hopefully it's a little bit easier for them to understand.
But we're still going to vote on everything
Correct.
as usual, and
Yep.
it goes in the records.
but without the whereas resolution document, there isn't anything signed. So it's just a verbal approval at the board.
And it's part of correct, it's part of the minutes. And like I say, if we have to do something, if we get to or something that requires signatures,
Do you
we'll.
guys sign something for, you won't, so in other words, for this, for example, on A, we're going to talk about new accounts. So there'll be no signatures of approval? It's just going to be a vote?
Well, there's going to be a vote, but if the bank, any signatures the bank requires.
Well, the bank's going to need their
Yeah.
paperwork, but as far as a document for the district, there is no document with signatures from yourself and Chris and Mike. Is that correct?
The only thing you would have would
Is that what we're
be,
saying?
Yeah.
and the only thing that you would have would be in those meeting minutes, it would say agenda item A approved by the board on this vote.
And we're okay with, this is good.
Yeah, because the minutes, like at the next meeting, you're going to, just like you did this meeting, you'll approve the minutes from the last meeting, and it'll say all that information. This agenda item A was voted on, the vote was, 4-0, or whatever the vote is, and I'll have all that information listed, and then you guys will vote on accepting those minutes as what actually happened, and that's the record. So it's all still part of the record, there's just not a physical signature. But if you want a physical signature, we can absolutely do that.
So basically, we're saving 2 pieces of paper on
And
each
some time.
resolution. That's all it is, the same pieces of paper, different words.
Effective.
Huh?
It's not in legalese,
Yeah, it's not legal.
Hopefully easier to read.
And again, there's budget information, and there's also some savings on our legal bills.
Yeah, and I'm fine with it from the concept of, that's how I've operated on other boards. I'm a little uncomfortable from the concept that this is a government organization, and whether or not having those documents in writing seems to me like a good thing. But If our council is saying it's not required, this is obviously simpler and less expensive.
Well, this is certainly something that we can look at, and if we don't like it as a board, we can change it back. So just keep it in, let's give it a chance, and we'll see what.
And I'll double check to make sure we're not missing any legal
Right.
requirements, but based on my understanding, there's no legal requirement that a specific
I'm only
document be
concerned from the
signed.
legal requirements. I mean, I assume we would see all this supporting documents one way or the other, whether there was an RFP or not an RFP. We still
Correct.
see the documents. So the question is if it's legal or not legal. That,
Yeah,
to
well,
me, that's all.
I know I asked if it was legal, because there's no way we could just try to do it without doing it. So.
Here's where I have the larger challenge, is that when we have the written resolution, we can move to approve the resolution as written. Without the written resolution, then the motions have to be more clear, so that it's clear what we are approving, because we're not approving something that's been written in advance.
Well, I mean, it's still written. I mean, there's still a document that document just doesn't have a place for a signature, and it's not written in, the standard language that we've done for the past however long. It's just written a little bit more informally, but there's still a document. That's what you're in. If I recall correctly, it has the actual wording of the motion. or the recommended motion.
Well, I see a staff recommendation. So you're saying the staff recommendation would be the motion?
Correct.
Okay.
Is there any other comment on this?
This is just wordsmith. Do we have a chairman or do we have a president? And is there a difference?
You have a president. That's technically what we have as a president.
Then why are we addressing everything in here as chairman?
That's technically a typo. Yeah, but that's easily changed.
You have a president?
We have a president and a vice president, correct.
Oh, you're talking about over here? I thought
Correct.
you were talking over there.
No, because the recommendation refers to Mike Gilpin as chairman.
And there's other places where that's been brought up before, and I know we don't have a chairman, we have a president.
Correct. So yeah, we'll get over these little hiccups. But the document in front of you should have a requested motion, and so like I say, when President Gilpin read the action agenda item A, the requested motion is like, so if someone says, I make a motion, that's the motion that you would be making. If anybody wants to change from that motion, that's what you'll need to make that change when you make the motion. But the document says the requested motion is whatever that is, and so when you say motion and second, that's the motion and second that you're making.
Well, that went right over my head. So, that went over my head, I'm sorry. So we are going to do a motion to do this, or we're just going to go right to do this?
No, let's say there's a motion. So, but that document that you're looking at should have a section that says requested motion, correct? I mean, you're looking at for agenda item A. You'll see there's
So this is the motion. So we're going to vote on a motion first and then talk about this?
No, we have to vote, we have to have a motion and a second to discuss the item. So I made the motion to approve.
And that motion he
made the motion
is the requested motion that's in the document in front of you.
And we can clean it up in discussion before we vote on it.
Correct.
Yeah, if you want to amend the motion or change it, and we would
like
amend
change
it.
chairman to president.
Any other comment by the supervisors? Any public comment?
Just to clarify, did we get a second?
That's where I was headed.
Oh, okay. I thought we had a second.
Do we need a second?
Yes. You need a motion and a second to discuss, correct?
I second it.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, this is only letter A, right?
Yeah. Well, this is what change will do. Any public comment?
I think just for the record, explain why we're doing what we're doing here. Okay, TD Bank is closed, okay, it's in there, if they read it, it's got, okay, I'm fine.
Don't we discuss it?
Absolutely you can.
I thought we did.
Oh, we're done already?
No, well, if If you got something to say, I guess.
Yeah, go ahead, Ray, if you got something more to say.
Oh, this is not, surely this is not how we're going to run things, is it? I mean, I shouldn't say it that way. Okay, I mean, I'll go along, we'll see what happens.
And the intent from our side was to clarify it and provide.
Use your
more
microphone.
I'm sorry. The intent from our side was to make it easier for people to understand and provide more information for people reading it, and we can put budget
Right,
versus all the.
I mean, for the records, doesn't anybody from your side explain what this is before we vote?
Yeah, sure. We have
Or
a
we
request.
just say, read it whenever you want to, and you'll be okay? I mean, come on.
No, I mean, that's if you guys want during board discussion, if you have questions, there's.
I mean, usually somebody will explain what the hell's in front of us.
Right, and the difference here was before there was a second, you brought up the question of, is this the kind of documentation that we want?
Yeah,
And we got into a whole different thing. So this one has gotten a little bit convoluted, but you're correct. Once it's been moved and seconded, it would be appropriate for staff to explain why we're doing it.
Okay, what we need, Chris, is somebody to explain to us
Sure. And
what you're doing.
sure, and it's shown in the background to the TD Bank that we use for our banking. Closed their Sebring office. The district had a courier at a charge of $1,000 a month to a couple times a week run the deposits and banking information to Lake Placid. So we open up a bank account at Heartland, which is right down the street, and we can make deposits there, and then they just wire the money to TD Bank or how it's needed. So it's really to save the courier fees and transportation fees of getting that paperwork down to Lake Placid 2 or 3 times a week. And also supporting a local bank. So there's really saving the courier fees is the big issue. And when the district opened their account, which was when Tanya was here, the golf club didn't do it at the same time, so we're just coming back and adding the account for the golf club and the formality of us opening the account.
Are we still banking with TD Bank?
Yes, they're still our primary bank.
And why do we need two banks?
Why are we doing that?
Well, we really, the TD Bank has always been used by the district, and why didn't they do a wholesale change to Heartland? Because we have banking relationships and some things the bank of the size that TD does, Heartland doesn't do. Heartland's a community bank.
I understand that, but
So basically,
if they don't have some of the services, I understand
Right, so
that.
it's-
But that's,
Yeah.
I just wanted to know.
we're doing this to save approximately $12,000 a year because of the money we used to hire a truck to take the money to TD.
Right.
We're going to save that money, which is about $12,000 a year.
Correct.
These new accounts don't cost anything, correct?
No, we don't have a service
There's no
charge
charge to us?
No.
So we save $12,000 a year, otherwise everything is pretty much the same way
Pretty
it
much the
was.
same, and all we're doing is now we have wire transfers out of Heartland to TD Bank.
And this was, just I interjected, this was done, Dan changed it for our accounts earlier. This is the golf account. Just so you know, I didn't know if you knew that, but,
But I didn't understand why we still had to have another bank.
okay.
Okay.
Now that, I think this is explained, is there any comments from the public on this?
In the board motion, I'd be happy to read it as board authorization to open a bank account for the Sun and Lake Improvement District and the Sun and Lake Improvement District golf account at Heartland National Bank, and approve the authorized signatories for each account. Authorize Mike Gilpin as president and Kelly Banks as board secretary to execute the government resolution forms to open those 2 accounts and list the account signatories.
Okay. The other edit I would make to the motion as read would be to insert, make it read, board authorization to open bank accounts, plural, for each, the Sun and Lake Improvement District and the Sun and Lake Improvement District golf account, so that it's clear that we're opening 2 accounts as opposed to 1 account for both entities. That's correct? That's what we're doing?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Ariel?
Supervisor Herrick.
Do we need to approve it as amended?
No, that's just typographical. We're not substantially changing.
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks.
Yes.
Supervisor Hotelling.
Yes.
President Gilpin.
Yes.
And one further point of clarification for the minutes, will the minutes show the actual final motion?
Minutes will have the motion and the vote for each one, and it will refer to agenda item A.
Okay.
Agenda item B, appointments to the Assessment Appeal Committee. Now, do you want to explain that to us, Chris? Sure.
And we had a discussion.
Oh, wait a minute, I'd like a motion?
Motion.
Moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, now, Chris.
Right. And at the last meeting, we had a discussion about the annual assessment committee, appeal committee, and appointments to that. The board discussed having Mrs. Phillips serve as the board representative, the general manager as the district staff representative, and we also have one volunteer from the community, and David will also sit on that community committee, and Dr. Lance Hoffman, who recently moved into Sun and Lake. He has a PhD in civil and environmental engineering. He's an environmental advocate, scientist, military veteran. And I had been speaking with him about some utility issues, and he said he wanted to get involved in the community, and I asked him if he'd volunteer. And we requested participation on our website and posted it at the office and also at the golf club and the restaurant. And Mr. Hoffman was the only citizen that volunteered to serve.
So we have 3 people on the committee, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they are Mr. Hoffman and yourself?
Myself,
and Beverly?
Mrs. Phillips,
And that
Mr.
meeting
Schumacher
is going, and you're going to join, so there'll be 4 people? And that meeting is when and where?
Well, after we get the appointments, we're going to schedule it, but it'll happen before the end of the month so we can bring the recommendations to the board on January 7th and then inform the residents that appealed. And right now we have 12 appeals that have been submitted.
Do we have to advertise this, that we're having a meeting? And if so, is that not a 2-week deal, or?
No. It's not a board meeting. It's just a committee meeting. It's the Assessment Appeal Committee, and I think that's already been.
We can do the meeting anytime we want?
Yeah, correct.
And then that comes back to the board on their report. And I'm sorry, I missed because the motion, the requested motion was for 3 people, and I'm just hearing there's 4 people going to be on the committee. So I'm just, who's the 4th?
I think technically it's going to be 3 committee members, and I'm going to sit in as general counsel.
And the assessments are due by the end of November, and on a timely basis, you try to have that done within 30 days.
What do you mean the assessments are due?
The appeal.
The
appeal
appeals.
request.
Oh, the appeals are due?
The appeals are due at the end of November if you're going to appeal that assessment, and so within 30 days, we like to schedule that meeting so we let the people know in a timely fashion.
So everybody who, since we're past November 30th, so everybody who has a concern is already lodged it, we assume?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And you're going to notify these people of the meeting how?
I'll send them an email or respond to them in letter and as a courtesy if they'd like to attend, and then we'll send them a formal letter with the decision.
Okay.
And that whole process is spelled out.
Spelled out where?
The district has a resolution and policy about the Assessment Appeal Committee.
Any other comment by the board? Any public comment?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mark Carmine, I'm resident here on Myrtle Beach Drive. If you weren't aware of the appeal, how was it publicized to appeal the assessment?
It comes out with the assessments, and it's also on our website if somebody wants to contest it. And I attached in the agenda item in the board packet the appeal process that we have, the form. Also, it's policy D 1004. It was established in 2015.
Okay. I unfortunately missed that advertisement. I just got here a couple of weeks ago. Do you have a process for people that want to appeal after the November 30th, or are they out of luck?
From the policy I see, they're out of luck, and when you say you just returned, you mean you've been out of town?
No, I'm not. I'm a resident here of Florida, but I live in New York 6 months of the year and 6 months here.
Right.
But I did not see the advertisement for appeal.
Okay. And I believe there is legalese in that assessment when it is sent about, I'll check about that appeal process.
Okay. Yeah, because I would like to appeal the assessment that I have on a vacant lot. I don't believe that it's just to be charged an assessment, which is almost the same assessment that I have on a full-blown house that I have here. I just thought it'd be something that I'd like to bring up to see if there was a possibility that I could get an appeal in for.
Sure, and the house that you have your lot on is assessed through the property appraisers or property tax. The assessment on a lot goes to every lot by policy in the district, whether there's a house on it or not, because what you're basically...
I don't mind paying an assessment on the lot. Don't misunderstand me.
Right.
It's justified.
Right.
But when it's almost the same amount that I'm paying on a house,
Right.
it just doesn't seem fair to me.
Your vacant lot is
Yes.
equivalent
I'm
to
paying
your...
$498 on a vacant lot, and I'm paying $698 on my house. Doesn't make sense.
That doesn't sound right.
So-
Wait a minute.
Something's wrong with the
Wait a minute. It's in
lot
here.
assessment. I think it's supposed to be 3. Is that on the golf course?
Over 4.
Yes.
It is on the golf
On number
course.
18. on Deer. Number 18 on Deer.
All right, so that's $70 right there. But I thought it was...
If I'm not mistaken, I think it's $498. My wife just paid it.
Well, it's supposed to be.
I think it's 4 something. I'm not sure exactly what it is off the top of my head, but...
I thought it was 320 or 340.
Oh, no, it's been raised from
Bring it
that.
back, and your name is, sir?
My name is Mark Caramana,
How do you spell that?
Caramana.
And your address?
Well, the vacant lot is 5010 Myrtle Beach Drive. I could be wrong, but I think that's what it is. I think it's 400 and something. Higher end of 400.
I would recommend that we have Mr. Schumacher look at and get back to him in writing as far as what the actual assessment is for all lots. And
It's undeveloped lot, and then if you're on the golf course, it's $70 or $72.
Now, here's the chart. Are we talking about an unimproved vacant lot?
Unimproved vacant lot.
$146.
Has it got water and sewer?
Huh?
Has it got water and sewer as an improved lot?
Yeah.
It's our assessment rate. I don't know. I'm going to hand that over to my partner here.
okay.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Sounds like
A lot with road and drainage is 364 plus 70.
73.
Let me double check that.
this is the new rates.
Lot with road and then if it's on the additional lots on the golf course, it's 73. So your total should be 437.
Okay. All right. I'll look at what we paid, but I thought it was a little bit higher.
Look at it. The rates are listed in the district website. Look at that. Compare it to what you got. If there's a problem,
Okay.
let him know.
And your single family should have been 720.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yes.
It might be right. But check it first.
It sounds like it's about that.
Okay. Could I bring up one other subject here? I know it's regarding the meters. I kind of had a lack for time, and if I could just present a question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right. The meters that we're considering now, is there going to be an assessment to the neighborhood or to the residents here?
No.
For the cost of the meters?
That project will come out of utility reserves.
Okay.
An account, because we built those reserves up to a point where you should start spending some of it, so there will not be.
Okay.
There may, I would say, looking over the horizon in the next 6 to 8 months, we are looking at proposing a utility rate increase on the connection fees for new construction and also those monthly fees, but that will have to do with operation and maintenance, not the meter.
I guess, and I presented a question to one of the board members earlier this week. With my vacant lot, I'm planning on starting to build a new house there in February. We'll be paying for a water and sewer connection fee. I'm assuming it gets new meters with that. We're paying for the old meter. If this resolution gets passed, then we're going to be paying for another meter through the utility rate increase. It doesn't make sense to me, as an opinion, that we would have to buy the old meter and then all of a sudden get it converted over to the new meter.
Is there a new meter on your vacant lot? I mean, a meter
I am not
existing
sure
right
what's
now?
on it.
Okay, well,
right
if there's
now.
a meter on it, we would just replace it, so that wouldn't happen.
Okay.
But
Yes.
you will have a hookup fee for your single family.
Correct.
Yeah, when you build it.
Okay. All right.
But you already have water and sewer there on that lot.
I'm assuming so, yes.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So there wouldn't be any additional.
Okay. Okay. All right, good. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Can I make a recommendation before we get into C? Is that there's a combination, the way this thing came out, C, E, G, and H all relate to water meters and projects. I think we ought to do those together as opposed to having them split with the way they're split. Because it's all water meters. And it's all going to fall under the $1,700,000 and some odd thousand that we're talking about. As opposed to doing them individually, I think we ought to have a general conversation on meters and catch them all at the same time. That would be my recommendation or request.
So you want to pull item D and consider it first?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we're do that, but let's finish B, and then we're do what Ray recommends.
Oh, I thought we were done with B.
No.
I'm sorry.
Nope.
And the motion that we're asking to approve would be to approve, the board approve the appointment of 3 members to the 2021 Assessment Appeal Committee, consisting of Beverly Phillips as the board member, Chris Schumacher as the staff, and Dr. Lance Hoffman as the resident member, and David Schumacher to attend as legal representative.
Is there any other comment from the board?
Again, a minor point, but their names are not on this.
Right, but we're putting them in on what we're voting on.
Huh?
He just read them into the recommendation. In other words, he just read the names in. They will be on what we're approving.
Any other comment? Okay, Ariel.
Supervisor Brooks,
I guess.
okay, I'm going to mark that as yes.
Well, I mean, we're signing off on something it's not right.
No,
Their names are not on here, but we're signing off on it,
Then-
assuming they're going to be there.
The motion's been made, and those names are included in the motion.
Okay, fine.
Go ahead.
So yes.
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Hotelling,
yes.
Supervisor Herrick,
Yes.
President Gilpin,
Yes. Change is beautiful, isn't it?
Well,
Yeah.
and just for transparency, at the last board meeting, it was discussed and said a consensus about Mrs. Phillips being the representative, but she wasn't nominated formally as the representative. And I was not nominated as the representative, and Dr. Hoffman hadn't put in his volunteer request
I
at the
voted
time
yes.
this went in. So, yes, sir, I'm just telling you how it came about.
Yep. And Chris, you're going to have to talk more into that mic,
Got it.
okay? Okay, the next one's, help me out, Ray, you want to combine,
I think that C, C is water meters, D is not. E is water meters, F is not. G is water meters, H is water meters. I just think water meters should be one conversation.
Chris, do you have any problem with that?
No.
Can you, okay.
It's still going to be 4 motions.
Correct.
Yep.
I motion that we change it.
Okay.
Just a suggestion is what if we were to go and do D, F,
Yeah.
H, L, and J, because right after we get done talking about all this water is when the presentation. So if we discussed that if we discussed all of that at the end, it would move right into their proposal.
Okay, we will go to now. I just tell everybody we're going to go to action agenda number D first. Okay?
Yeah.
And it's a comprehensive HR and paycheck services by Paychecks.
Move to approve?
Second.
And for the background on this, Paychecks is a professional service. They have 700,000 customers. We asked them for a cost proposal to provide us with an HR solution and also to run the payroll. Again, this is a proposal to bring a little more efficiency, better customer service to our our employees, and also provide some training to our staff until they're certified in HR. Right now, we have a staffer that was pushed into that HR role that's not certified HR professional. We don't have an HR professional in-house to provide training. And also, it takes a lot of time to do payroll, where this system allows the person to clock in, if we like, on their phone, and it generates the timesheets, and then the managers approve them. And it also allows each employee to have an account that they can go in and look at their leave balances or their paychecks or any of that information. So the cost is approximately $2,100 a month. It's a little under $25,000 a year. It can be canceled with a 30-day notice. And the intent is to provide some training and a resource to our HR staff and also to the employees. They provide a lot of services. And in that time, with the training taking place, and if we feel we can handle it in-house, then we'll take it back over. But this, again, is just efficiency and better service to our employees.
Well, I think for an organization our size, it makes a lot of sense because the laws regarding employment are very complex, and to hire somebody for the size of our staff is not as cost effective as hiring an outside service. I have some familiarity with Paychecks. They're not the only ones out there. And one of the things I asked for clarification on was whether or not this had to go out to bid, and because it's a service, apparently it doesn't. And I think Paychecks is certainly a good organization and would solve a lot of the internal issues that we have in dealing with HR. I think one of the recommendations I made to Chris that I don't know if he's looked into yet is that the staff count on the bid was for 46. That would include the 5 supervisors. I don't know that we as supervisors need all of those extra things that the Paychecks can provide to staff, and therefore if there's a way to take us out of the payroll system and pay us with a monthly stipend as opposed to paying Paychecks $100 a month to manage the 5 supervisors, that would be a way to save $100 a month on the paycheck system. But I think that going in this direction is a good way to provide better assistance to staff, better information for all the staff, and take on some of the liability that we have by not having properly trained staff in place.
I didn't know we were in it, but It's getting interesting. I may need financial help. Stay on the board.
Any other comment by the supervisors?
Yeah, I have a
Okay.
couple things.
Okay.
I asked them how much this was going to cost us, and I'm still waiting to hear an answer on how much this is going to cost us.
He just told us. It's just under $25,000.
I'm sorry?
It's just under $25,000 a year.
$25,000 a year.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to be billed monthly?
Yes, sir, and we can, we can cancel on a 30-day notice.
I understand that.
Oh,
And is this a budgeted item?
No.
So where is this money coming from?
Well, I'm planning on,
Excuse me.
similar to the way we did with hiring Infomark and replacing 2 staff salaries, we have another staffer that's leaving, and we're looking at replacing that with a permitting project manager person that's about $25,000 less than that current salary, $28,000 actually. So
You really expect me to go with this? I think we need to see a staffing chart and know what the hell we're talking about. You keep saying, everybody keeps using the word staff around here.
Right.
We're getting to the point where I think there's going to be very few people who are going to qualify as staff. So we're going to teach all these people to do, all these staff people to do things, but I don't know who they are. I don't know if we know who they are. How many staff people we got?
when Infomark, we brought that contract forward. It was,
Closer to your mic, please.
yes, sir. When an Infomark proposal came forward, we identified Omar and Logan as leaving the staff, and that the services would be provided from their salaries. And to get specific, Mike Hurley's leaving.
None of these people are being replaced.
Well, with Mike Hurley's spot, we're going to hire a project manager permitting coordinator because of the number of permits that the district is experiencing. We need a dedicated person to that to help with project management.
Okay.
The other $25,000 we'll use for paychecks, and instead of having the go-between of the managers, those 6 managers will report directly to me.
You going to live within the budget that we've come up with or not?
Yes, sir.
Let me try that one.
Yes, sir. It will be budget.
I get very
neutral.
concerned over the numbers, 25,000 here. I know in the meter report later on, you're requesting 50,000 for an employee there.
Right.
I just want to make sure that we are living within the financial guidelines that we've set.
Well, and I spell that in here. It's revenue neutral, this proposal, with what we're moving forward with.
The government tells me revenue, I hear that from the government, and I don't believe that one either, so. I'm just, as long as I would love to see a chart, love to see what your plans are going forward from a personnel standpoint and a cost standpoint. And, if all is within the guidelines, I'm good with everything.
Sure.
I mean, I do get concerned. I am the numbers guy. We love to play with numbers. So on one of your recommendations, it says here, every employee you add or remove will cause your biweekly invoices to go up or down by $10.32 per employee biweekly.
Right.
And then if I turn the following page and I look at the information they sent you, it says every employee you add or remove will cause your biweekly invoices to go up or down $13.97. So already I'm seeing 2 different numbers, so I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the difference between the HR solutions and the payroll part. There's 2 segments, and I'll line that out for you and spell it out. But
Well, I mean, my first question is $13.97 or is it $10.32?
And based on what you just
Both
said,
saying the
or
same
is it
thing.
both?
It's both.
And based on what he just said, one is one thing, one is another thing. Is it both?
It's almost verbatim per. They're saying-
that's their cost proposal.
It's just a little thing like that when I get one report and I get 2 different sets of numbers, I get concerned.
My understanding was that the bid, which shows the $10 number, was the discounted price that they arranged, and that somehow the 13 was an original price that has been discounted, because it's the $10 price that's in their bid. So that was my understanding, but if there's 2 different costs, I want to know that.
No, it's a total cost, and I think you're correct, but I'd have to review it closer.
Correct, use your mic.
It says the exact same thing. Okay, fine. I still would like to see that information, but I guess I'm okay with this. Everybody else is?
Yeah, well,
I understand the need, but I'm not comfortable with Infomark at this time.
This is an Infomark.
I didn't say it was. Okay. I said I am not. I am trying to explain why I have some reservations about going to another outsourcing. I don't want to gut our district office. And this, Infomark was the first step. Paychecks is another step. I don't know how the employees over there are feeling right now, but I can imagine that there's some concern on their part about whether or not their job's going to be there next year, next day, next month. Because here we go, we've done one, we're talking about another. What's going to be the next thing that we want to outsource? I understand the need here, but I also want to say, let's temper it, because, again, I'm not comfortable with Infomark. I may not be comfortable with this. I told Chris I'm not comfortable with him yet, because this is a lot of change going on, and the district change is inevitable. I understand that, and we can control it. But let's understand what we're doing. Let's make sure that we don't lose our district office in the meantime. So I understand the need here. It makes some sense. It makes a lot of sense. So, but it's with that caveat.
Yes, sir, and I understand that, and I'm not trying to, replace staff. The person that was doing HR, Logan, resigned.
No.
I understand that.
And she wasn't certified. And when the job was given to Ariel, she's not a certified or have a HR background, so we put this burden on her. So I'm not trying to replace staff. I'm trying to enhance staff, and I'm trying to give them the skill set they need to improve the district, give them the skills. She's working right now on her certification. So again, down the road, she becomes a certified HR professional and tells me, hey, I think we can handle this in-house. I'd say, fine, let's go ahead and jettison Paychecks. But right now, it's just to enhance the skill set of our employees, enhance our service to our employees, and do it in an efficient way. I don't see how we can take a job with as much exposure and liability as human resources and hand it to somebody who doesn't have a background and say, here, you do this. And that's why that's the intent. It's not to replace people, and it was even with Infomark. We had 2 people that walked out the door, and we didn't have anyone in here to train somebody else, even if we brought them in. And that's the way I look at Infomark. And it's, again, to give Amanda the time and enhance her skills to do upper-level things and do more important things for the district instead of some of that day-to-day. But that's just where I'm coming from.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't have any plans in the works to privatize anything else. And I kind of put a flag out at the last staff meeting. In my report, I put, we were going to bring Paychecks forward, but that's a board decision. You're just here.
I just have one little comment that I was kind of skeptical too, Craig, that we're making a lot of changes, but I have watched over 6 years some of the stuff that goes on, and I really believe it's we need to have qualified people in some of these spots, and I would feel much better because the way we've operated, it's just time to, without saying too much, it's just time that we get people who know what they're doing in the positions that we have. And if it doesn't work, we'll try something different. But I don't believe, it showed me the last 6 years being on this board that it's not working the way it's been. And I just think it's a good thing. But if it doesn't work, I've made plenty of mistakes before, and so has other people. But for the future of Sun and Lake, We need to have qualified people. We need to have people that know what they're doing and who they work for and what their main issue is here at Sun and Lake. So I'm in favor of this, but if it doesn't work, we certainly have made worse mistakes.
Yeah, and I would like to add on to that, but I think that the purpose and the focus that we should have as a district is in doing the things that are important to the district. And to the extent that we can get better expertise outside on an area like HR and payroll, which is not really, in other words, the only reason we have employees is to do the things that the district needs to be done. Having an HR system to manage those employees is something that we need, but we don't necessarily have to have somebody in-house doing that. We don't have to hire an employee to do that if there's a better way to do it outside. And what it does is it allows us to hire employees that can better focus on the work that we need to do as a district and let somebody who has the expertise outside manage the things that need to be managed with our oversight. That's on you, Chris.
Is there any other comment by the supervisors? Any public comment?
George Puffenberger, resident. Just as a point of clarification from what I have heard, and the board president just referred to the past 6 or 7 years, where there's some, I won't call them irregularities, but let's say deviations from an accepted policy. Some of that responsibility falls on the general manager. He's primarily responsible for the district and his staff. So when you hire general managers who have no clue how to do what they're supposed to do, you've hired a loser right away. And we have had a few of them in the past few years. The other issue is it falls on department heads. I know one instance where the department head had to be aware of what was going on and he didn't fix it. So people in responsibility that's spending other people's money. If some of the issues are prosecutable, by God, they ought to be prosecuted. It's that simple. You're using public funds paid through assessments only. No county funds, no state funds. So we ought to be fiscal hawks, and every board member ought to be satisfied of every dime we spend is spent correctly. And if you can't do that, you don't belong on the board. Ask the questions you have to ask and get the answers that satisfies you. The other issue, just for clarification, and like Supervisor Brooks had said, perhaps the board might be more comfortable if at some point you would put out a new organization chart, Mr. General Manager, and say, okay, here's what the new organization is going to look like. Here's what I'm trying to get to. I think that'd be satisfied or not satisfied if they had a document in front that says, okay, we're going to be a body in this position. They'll be advised by paycheck or whomever you're hiring. That's their primary source. When I was managing the district, we had an HR person who was trained in HR. She was not certified. She went to several seminars. But her source of contracts, the attorney over in Tampa, who was, you might know his name, I don't know. We used him for years. When there's a problem or a question, she'd call him, and we'd get the legal answer right up front. So I don't think there's anything wrong with this. I guess my only concern would be similar to Supervisor Brooks's. Who's going to be left when all this is done? Is there going to be somebody I can walk in and complain to if I want to? If I don't like their answer, can I appeal to the paycheck or to whoever the HR person is? Because what happens, especially in HR, which is it's getting more complicated every year. You can get in trouble by something you say. So perhaps we're adding another layer of an issue that might get us in trouble. Let me give you an example. When I was riding nuclear submarines many, many years ago, the first ballistic missile submarine, when you're underwater for 70 days, we had a psychiatrist on board. More guys developed more problems with that psychiatrist on board than we ever had in the history of the submarine force. So the admiral in charge said, hey, that's not going to happen, and well, they took them off. And the complaints dropped 100%. So when you hire experts, you have to be very careful of what they bring to the ballgame. Let them respond to a staff member, which I assume would be you or whomever you appoint as the HR representative here. You can open up a whole bag of worms on HR in a hurry and get something you really don't want to get involved in simply by something somebody says. So I think it's called woke, and that's getting to be the term of the day. It's woke policies. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you, and I'm not eliminating anyone. I'm just trying to enhance the person's job that is responsible for it and provide better service and give her the time to do her job and do it in an efficient, transparent manner. And basically, Paychex is working for her. We don't work for Paychex.
Listen, you can tell which way the vote's going to go here, and I'm going to be the one that makes the decision, apparently, based on what I'm hearing. So you're in a difficult spot. You have a lot of holes in your team, not through your means at all. I mean, you had nothing to do with it. This is what you came and got.
Right.
So you don't have a Hurley, you don't have Omar, and there's a couple of other people I know that you've lost since.
Sure.
So it's difficult. That's why I'm asking for what you envision going forward from a staffing standpoint, so we can understand what you think you should have to make this thing work. If Paychex is part of that, then I'll support it. But I'm going to look at it like it's a 90-day proposition, and I would ask you to tell the company this, that you have support for not an unlimited amount of time until we figure out for sure what we're doing here. If this helps you get through the next 90 days, I'll support it. And then we'll see what it looks like.
Sure, and after 90 days, probably the best person to ask that question to is sitting over there, not here.
No, you don't understand. You're it.
Oh, yeah.
The person to ask will be you, not somebody else.
Yeah.
That's part of your job.
Okay, I'll get back to Mark, and then we're going back to the board. You're welcome.
Just one quick question. Have we published this position, an advertisement to employ somebody to take over the HR position? Is that in lieu of going out to Paychex? Have we advertised to hire somebody to do this particular position?
No, sir, we have not. When Logan left that responsibility, it was just transferred over to Ariel, who does community service work and marketing work. And she stepped into it, not volunteering. Mm-hmm. But I think if you wanted to hire an HR professional that's competent and capable, $90,000 to $100,000, if you could find that person.
Well, I understand that, but if you had somebody that was competent doing it and they left, Logan, I assume, why wasn't it put out for advertisement then? I understand you're trying to save some money by going Paychex and all that, and you're trying to train Ariel to do it. However, I think that if you brought somebody in that was qualified to do it, then even on a consultation basis, for example.
Yeah, and that would be $45,000 or $50,000 a year. But I'll say this: when Logan had that job, she was a billing manager for utilities too. That was just one of the things she did.
Right.
And some of the decisions she made with employees and workers' comp and things related to some issues was not done appropriately.
Okay. All right. I was wondering if that was the case, if you'd advertised.
But that it wasn't advertised as an HR position because we don't have an HR position in our budget, nor have we, as far as I know, ever had an HR dedicated professional. It's always just been added to somebody's list of things to do.
To me, it seems like that should be a an integral position for any community. So, just throwing it
Yes,
out there.
I think we all agree because HR has become very, very important.
Absolutely.
Very important, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Any other comment by the board?
Yeah, I would just like to, in Chris's defense, not that he actually needs a defense at this point, but as a supervisor, I've talked to him about the organization chart, and I know that he's working on creating a reorganization. He's only been here for 2 months. He's faced a number of changes in staff involuntarily, and it takes a little bit of time to work out, okay, this is what works, this is what doesn't work, how do we do that? I would expect that ideally within 90 days maybe, he could have a proposed org chart to us that revises what we've had in the past. But it's 2 months on the job with a lot of changes. I think he's doing a good job in that respect. And I think this is a good solution for what we're dealing with.
Sure, and it won't take 90 days. We'll be bringing a request at January 7th to set a workshop at the second meeting in January to talk about board priorities for the year, staff priorities, and that org chart will be part of that whole presentation.
Okay, any other comment?
I will just leave it at, you're the one that pushed the Infomart. You're the one that's pushing the paycheck. You know, you brought this on yourself. Get a chart, get an organizational chart together and show us what the heck you're doing.
Sure. And I'm the one sticking my neck out. But
You had no problem making these financial changes to the organization.
Right.
You did it rather quickly.
Didn't have
Which
much,
is a good thing.
Didn't have much choice.
Okay, you want to read us the motion?
The motion will be to approve a professional services agreement with Paychecks, and that professional service agreement includes a 30-day cancellation notice in the amount not to exceed $25,000 per year.
Okay, Ariel?
Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
Supervisor Hotelling?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
President Gilpin?
Yes. Okay, action agenda number F, request and resolution to Highlands County Board of County Commissioners for roadway improvements. I need a motion.
Motion approved.
Second.
And a second. Chris, do you want to start this off?
And this is really a summary of the discussions we've had on Schumacher Road and county funding and presentations by Scott and a meeting the board president and I had with county staff to discuss funding of Schumacher Road. And also what fell out of that was, let's put a resolution to the new board chair asking them to provide 100% funding for Schumacher Road and push that on the county and it to be included in their budget this next year. We bring that resolution back if that's the direction the board like to take on January 7th. That resolution is then conveyed to the chair, and hopefully it will be in their budget deliberations that start in February and March. And we would go to the first budget meeting and say, okay, what's going on with Schumacher Road? And that resolution would include the tax base that is being contributed by Sun and Lake, the need for an additional access. And I also mentioned as a secondary, if you wanted to include design and permitting to 4-lane Sun and Lake Boulevard, because there's going to have to be better ingress and egress into this growing community. And I assume we'll just ask them for 100% funding right off the bat. Let them chew on it in the public during their budget deliberations and have staff and the board president there so we can get up and make comments about it. And if they want to vote it down, so be it. And maybe it'll survive. And sometime when you go the first year and they turn it down the second year, they will do it. So I'm just asking for board direction and a motion to bring a resolution back to ask the county to pay for 100% of funding Schumacher Road and also funding to start the design and permitting of Sun Lake Boulevard.
We haven't done a resolution, have we?
No, I'm just asking for direction to develop a resolution to bring back on the 7th, and then we'll take that to the board in time for their starting of their budget.
If you said they pay for Schumacher, we pay for Cortez, and tell them why, I'm all for it.
Yep. And also list the amount of properties they've sold in Sun Lake and the
They will
$4.some
get
million.
approximately $450 to $500,000. Once those properties are all built, it should be $450,000 to $500,000 a year that the county's going to see in county taxes, which would cover their cost of Schumacher in 1 year.
Right.
Why we would want to give additional monies when we agree to do Cortez, because Cortez is our road.
And
I can't figure out how could they argue that?
and
So I'm in agreement, if that's what you're saying.
And also, I think the president and I at our meeting, it was pretty evident that we weren't going to get any support from the staff with our endeavors, so we'll go to their board and ask them to include it in the budget and turn it into a political discussion in a public forum.
Yeah, because I'm definitely for it. I think it's an absolute necessity that we do this. And they can't ignore the fact of the number of lots that they have sold at auction and the millions of dollars that they have put in their coffers through those sales. So, I mean, for them to surrender $400,000 or something to do Schumacher is pennies in comparison to what they've obtained through the sale of lots in Sun Lake and the growing district. We've already added 92 homes in 2020, or 96 permits. We're at 100 and some already. So there's 200 units right there that have been added to their tax base.
Right.
So there's the financials that are coming out of Sun Lake more than offsets any cost to do Schumacher.
And their improvements on Schumacher and ours to Cortez will only increase with more development in.
Correct.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm 100% in favor of pushing this forward.
And I'll just add, I was at the meeting and I stated the exact facts that you guys just said. And their staff is not on our side, so I would concur. I would be willing to do what Chris is asking, but it's got to be on them. I just can't see how they can keep ignoring us.
Somebody had asked me a question, and I don't know the answer to this. There is a higher authority, but that we can go to if we don't get what we want from them. Who's in charge of the roads? Somebody was trying to tell me this, and they had trouble. There's somebody in charge of roads.
There's a metropolitan planning organization that I believe is 6 counties, and they look at all the roadway improvements, and they would get down to our level when they were looking at, the impacts to 27 and feeder roads. So they're very on the long-range planning for the county.
Yeah, I mean, I only bring it up if the county gives us problems, maybe we go to those people. And say, here's the situation.
And look at extending Schumacher even further to create better evacuation plans.
Right. I mean, again, that may be the organization, Chris, that this guy was referring to. I don't remember. But there was certainly something the guy thought we should look at.
Yeah, CMPO, and I'll find out where the schedule is for their next meeting. And we're also getting a little more involved with the county. It's kind of off, but on their emergency management meetings. We're going to start attending those because it involves FEMA and hurricane preparedness and funding. And so what we're asking for is...
Just a minute, Chris, just a minute. Is there any public comment?
George Puffenberger, resident. I think what Mr. Schumacher is asking is the board gives him approval to write what the resolution says the county would pay 100% for the paving of Schumacher?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Well, I certainly agree with that. I think Many, many years ago, this same issue came up, and they wanted to use the lots off Schumacher to make a cut-through road using Cortez. And that's been turned down for years. Now it sounds like some of the board members are beginning to be receptive to that simply because the district's increasing. Law enforcement will tell you the more entrance and exits you have, the more prone you are to breakings and enterings. We offered the county many years ago the opportunity to do a cut-through road using Balboa, which is the westernmost street in our development. Very few houses back there, and it almost intersects directly with Avon Park Lakes Highway that comes into the end of Avon Park, because Avon Park and Sebring at that point, Sun Lake, are just like this. They were interested in that. They wanted to cut through to Cortez. Well, if the new 300 units coming in are going to be built on the northern side of Cortez Boulevard, they have all the access in the world to the north entrance and exit, which is not widely used at all. I think you need to think about the current residents who live on Cortez Boulevard. When they bought, it's just a regular street. Suddenly it's going to be a thoroughfare running as far north as the next border of Sun Lake, which is Columbus Boulevard. There's going to be some unhappy people if that's done. If the board wants to do a cut-through road, they should look at another entrance besides Cortez. There's several. We may have to buy a lot to do it. But you're going to get a whole lot of pushback from people in this end of the district when you try to make Cortez a boulevard. It's going to be full of traffic you can't control. The county for years has been asked to take Schumacher and develop it all the way through to Wauchula, which is Ben Miller Highway. That would be an evacuation zone. If any folks have been here during evacuation from the south, you cannot get out on 27. It's that simple. I've been here to two of them. And when they start coming up from Lima in that area, they're bumper to bumper. It's a gridlock. And there's no place for them to go now except up 27. So I think we need to push back on the county. Yeah, we'd like to see you do Schumacher. We'd also like to see you extend it all the way out. It's barren land through Hardy County to Ben Miller Road. It's just that simple. And it brings out on 64, the other side of Wauchula. The issue that one of the board members made, we give the county an inordinate amount of money with the lots and those things, but in addition, we pay them with $6 million in taxes. The county has never given us anything. They don't like us. We're almost too big for them to manage. It's always been that way. We've had a contentious relationship with the supervisors or the commissioners ever since I've been here. We've had two supervisors in my time who recognized what Sun Lake was and would give us help. We got no money from taxes or anything, gas tax. At one time when they had the asphalt plant, they give us asphalt. Well, that's good. That plant closed down. So now we get no assistance from the county. They're going to say, well, you drive these roads. Well, yeah, we help pay for them too. So my only issue is the county wants and wants and wants, but they don't give. And I think pushing back and say, you want it paved, you pave it. I think that's, for the board, that's a great step. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Anybody else? Okay, now Chris, read to us what you got.
I'd like the board approval to generate a resolution to the Board of County Commissioners for Highlands County to, in the next budget year, provide 100% funding for the design and construction of Schumacher Boulevard. And we will bring that resolution back to the board for consideration January 7th.
I think you have strong board support for that, and I would be sure that the resolution includes the revenue that the county is receiving from the residents of Sun and Lake and from the district itself.
Yeah, and certainly what Craig's point, I forgot all about that. Add the homes that are currently being built this year, last year, because that's a lot of revenue as well.
Yep.
And I would include in the resolution that the county seriously consider extending Schumacher all the way to 64 as an improvement to county evacuation as well.
Okay. Any other comment by the supervisor? Okay.
It doesn't require a vote, just strong direction. Correct?
Okay, well, I'm asking for a motion just to bring
Yeah,
it forward.
okay. He
We're
asked
all on the
for it.
same
Okay.
page.
Yeah.
We have moved and seconded, so I guess we do need a vote.
Supervisor Hotelling?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
President Gilpin?
Yes. And I kind of wanted this vote too, guys, because it's just important that they know we're together on this, and I don't know if it's going to make any difference, but we can try. Okay. H, additional,
Now, H is part of the water meter.
Yeah, and.
oh, I'm sorry.
And would the board like to hear the vendor presentations first on the water meter project?
Yeah, probably.
Kind of get that started, and then everything else is
that-
ancillary.
we got
Yeah, what? Outside, okay, I'll ask him. We had one that was going to come in at 11, but we were giving him about 20 minutes, so I think we could see if he wants to get
I think the
started.
presentation before we talk about it would be good.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
Can we take 5?
Take a 2-minute break.
Okay, let's have a recess. 5 minutes.
I don't know. Well, their problem is they fish them out. Oh, I put it down here.
Oh, just kidding. Okay, it's just here.
Thank you.
No, just kidding.
Okay.
It's not.
So I guess this is the best way to do it.
Hey, Mike.
About 5 minutes done now. Okay, guys. Okay, Chris, we're going to bring the meeting back to order, and I'll just turn it over to you, okay?
Sure, and I'd like to introduce to you Jay Myers. He is a sales manager with Ferguson. They're one of our top 2 rated vendors, and we asked him to come in and make a presentation to the board. And Jay, if you want to take the podium up there or sit here, whatever you'd like.
No, I can stand here.
Okay.
How's everyone today?
Good.
Very good.
Well, I appreciate being here, and I appreciate your time. As he said, Jay Myers with Ferguson. Been doing this quite some time now, and I'm glad to come here and talk to you about it. I'm not a big PowerPoint person. I
hate the things, actually. So what I'll do is just kind of go through me and Ferguson and Neptune and answer any of your questions. I've got some product up there, and I'd kind of like you to pass that around amongst yourselves. It might help you come up with some questions. And with that, I'll get started. So one of the most important things to me, if I was sitting in your shoes, would be the actual manufacturer. And Neptune is a fine company. They've been around since 1892, maybe 120 years old. Everything's made right there in Tallahassee, Alabama. Just a great organization. Recently, I used to be with a company called Sun State Meter, and we were acquired by Ferguson. So Sun State started back in '81. I started with them back in 1988, and we were acquired by Ferguson October of this year. Been quite a ride. Gone from being basically I wouldn't want to say a mom and pop, but a very limited amount of people going to working for a company that's got maybe 32,000 people and a $30 billion a year company. So it's been quite a difference. But Ferguson's been around since 1953, and we've got, I would say, 18 branches, something like that, in the state of Florida. Quite a few associates. I've got 3 AMI, AMR specialists that work with me as far as selling these products. And at this time, we're kind of moving some things around and adjusting territories and that. So just kind of getting started with this group, but it's been very exciting so far. Looking at the product, one of the things that you had on your RFP was, or one of the requests was references. And I think my references speak for themselves. If we were to hop in a car and ride over to Hillsborough County, you'd find Neptune water meters. If we went to Cape Coral, you'd find Neptune water meters. Englewood, Northport, Marco Island, Florida Keys Aqueduct Authority, Pembroke Pines, Pompano Beach. I mean, everywhere around you are Neptune water meters. To me that says something. That can't just be me, if you will. I mean, I've been doing this a long time, but I can assure you it's some of it might be, but I've got to attribute a lot of that to the fact that Neptune makes a very good product and stands behind it. Your RFP asked for 2 prices, one being a static meter price, or no moving parts, if you will. The other was for a traditional mechanical meter. And I'll start with the mechanical meter. You've got your hand there. That's it. So Neptune, that's a Neptune T10 positive displacement meter. It's been around since, that particular model's been around since about 1981. The electronics that you see on top of it came about, Neptune started with radio in, I'd say, 1999. That particular iteration of it we've had since about 2007, something like that. Hundreds of thousands of them in the state of Florida. They're everywhere. Like I said, no doubt the toughest environment to live in, water meter-wise, would be the Florida Keys Aqueduct Authority. I've been there since '07. Just came from there. But that product is mechanically is very simple. It's the original design from 1892. It's a positive displacement nutating disc meter, which means what's inside of there is simply a chamber that fills and empties with water. When it does that 58 times, it's a gallon of water. You've got a register there with gears that counts all that up. That's all there is to it. The electronic aspect of it, very sophisticated. Neptune uses what's called frequency hopping spread spectrum, which means they transmit, once every 20 seconds, somewhere between 910 and 920 megahertz on a variety of different channels and frequencies. So, with that being said, it's very sophisticated electronically. Mechanically, it's extremely simple, but very, very well proven. And all of that is made in Tallahassee, Alabama. So Neptune has got the largest captive bronze foundry in the United States. If we all hopped on a bus and went to Tallahassee, Alabama, you'd see all of that being made right there. Neptune does all their own plastic work. They buy things like glass and gaskets and things like that. But, they manufacture that water meter right there with folks just like us. So as far as how that read gets back to your head-end software in your user interface. Actually, it's not all that complicated. It's going to transmit to a IoT gateway. That gateway at certain intervals is going to send those reads onto a server. That server knows by basically the MAC address of that, it knows where to send that read. It goes to Neptune. Neptune knows it's yours. It populates. Very, very simple. I won't bore you with a software presentation. Everybody's software basically has to do the same thing. Your billing system is going to generate an export file. That export file is going to come into our software. We're going to put the readings with it. We're going to send it back. I'm sure your actual system user, I don't know what you call he or she, but I'd be happy to set up a very in-depth interview with our support people where they could go through that. For us, it would be pretty darn boring, to be honest with you. Any questions so far? No? Okay.
Well,
What now?
I'm going to ask you a dollar thing. You know which numbers you gave us? Did you give us the metered or the non, which one did we get quoted on? Which system?
I quoted both of those. So there was a...
which one is down on the piece of paper?
The Mach 10 is the one that is the ultrasonic meter, and then the T10 is the mechanical meter.
So we got quoted on you put down on the paper the digital one? No?
We put their two quotes on there as we have it in there, but they're 1.258 million. Total is for the T100.
I'm looking at that Ferguson. He's Ferguson.
Ferguson,
right?
I'm Ferguson, yes.
It says $1 million, estimated meter cost, $1,380,000. Is that, which one is that? For which system is that?
I'd have to look at the quote, sir. I'll pull it up. One of them, if you see the nomenclature in there, it says Mach 10.
I'm looking at a summary sheet, which has other people on it as well as yourself.
Yeah, I'd have to take a look at it.
I mean, I'm just curious as to which one we're considering.
The Mach 10 that I'm about to talk about is the more expensive of the two.
And that's the higher quote. The T100 was 1.258 million.
Okay. So when we get into the
Which one was the 1.258?
The T100 positive displacement mechanical meter.
So the one, this one, that's the mechanical one?
This is mechanical.
Is the mechanical one less expensive than the other one?
Absolutely.
So the 1.3, that's the 1.2, whatever the number is, that's the less expensive model.
Yes, sir.
Right. And that's something I wanted to bring up too. I know we've got both. You don't have to choose one or the other. I've got a lot of customers that do use both of them. And I mentioned that, it's interesting. There's a lot of folks out there that think mechanical meters are going away. I've been doing this a long time. I don't think they're going away. I think there's a place for them. I ask people all the time if when you're in my position, you're looking to pick a partner, a long-term partner. You're not. This isn't just a one-shot deal. And if you were to choose us, we're going to be working together for quite a few years. So I like to go a little deeper with what why are we doing what we're doing, and to me, when I look at mechanical versus static, there's a whole attitude out there, if you will. That's probably not the right word, but people act like because there's no moving parts, nothing's ever going to break, and it's just going to last forever, and it's not. I would ask you, how long does your TV last? How long does your cell phone last? There's no moving parts in there. Those things break all the time. So our equipment's very reliable, but I wouldn't want anyone to think that just because it's a static meter, we're still doing work. We're just using a circuit board and batteries instead of a mechanical device. So my question to a prospective customer would be, what are you trying to accomplish? Well, with water meters, you're trying to make money. You're trying to accurately measure water, and you're trying to make money. So with typically at brand new, a mechanical and a static meter are very close in accuracy. A mechanical meter is going to degrade over time consistently, okay? A static meter is it's kind of like your cell phone battery. It's going to work great, right up until it doesn't.
Right up until when?
Right up until it doesn't. So, I mean, batteries are going to go dead, right? So with a mechanical meter, you get very good accuracy in the beginning, and because it is a very good meter, the degradation of accuracy over time is very little, but it is there. That's been the premise all along.
What period of time would you say is the good time? I mean, how long do they?
Well, and that's another interesting question. So people ask me all the time, how do you determine when to change meters out? Well, there's a lot of ways to determine that. Most people pick a date on the calendar, and the majority of people say 10 years, and that's easy. Is that the right time? Well, I can tell you, if you're at my house 10 years later, you're late. If you're at my grandmother's house, you're early. So I would say the true way to determine when you would change a meter out would be throughput, or how many gallons have gone through it. But it's even more complicated than that, based on your water quality, because your water is not the same quality as New York. So, like I said, most people just simply go with 10 years. But getting back to the whole making money thing, my next question is, what is an average water bill at a residence here? Because we're talking 5/8 meters that are in front of a home, and most people will tell me it's somewhere between $40 and $60. So, if I'm telling you that my static meter is going to be 3% more accurate 5 years later, but it costs X number of dollars more, when I look at my ROI, it's in the 5/8 size based on the cost of your water. To me, the mechanical meter beats it every time in that size. It just does. But there's nothing that what I recommend, most bang for the buck, best ROI would be to buy the mechanical meter in the small sizes that go in front of a residence, especially like a condo where there's no yard, and then maybe use the static meters at 1 inch and larger where you've actually got a water bill to work with. Of course, all that would be different if we were in California where a water bill was $500.
And Jay, one way I'd look at it too is we did a meter replacement project in Hernando County, and all the people started complaining. That new meter, now my bill went up, and the meters were 18 years old, and they slowly degrade. And I said, well, you've gotten a break the last 5 years because your meter's running slower than it should, and all your neighbors' bills went up. So,
as a rule of thumb, if we go with a mechanical meter,
yes, sir,
we're safe to assume we have to replace it in 10 years. Approximate. I mean,
I would. I wouldn't want to stand up here and paint a rosy picture that they're just going to last you for forever. I think 10 years is a very good guideline. It's kind of done its job at that point.
So we're going to have to go through this in 10 years?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, because at that point it becomes a matter of maintenance. So the actual radio portion of it has a 10-year full replacement warranty on it. Okay, so at 9 years,
radio portion,
the top part,
part here.
Right. So at 9 years, 11 months, and 15 days, if that radio doesn't do what it's supposed to do, and if it's not sending you a read, I've got to give you a new one. And if you look at the way that thing's constructed, I can't fix it. I've just got to give you a new one. So beyond that, we've got a prorated warranty. But I think what I've seen with people that have been at the 10-year mark, what they start doing is they will buy meter bases, if you will, without the register, keep them separate, and try and get everything you can out of that top portion, out of the radio portion of it. So it just becomes a matter of the maintaining the system, if you will. Or you could wholesale just change them all out again, but I think you'll get much more than 10 years out of the radio portion.
And the unit itself has like a 1%?
It does. When you look at, it does. It's got a 100% failure rate. It's battery operated. Every one of them's going to fail. So when you say 1%, 1% win.
That was what was in here.
Yeah, 1% win. So when you look at electronics, whether it's meters or cell phones or whatever, people refer to they call it a bathtub curve. So it's basically an upside down curve. And where I'm going to lose, where I'm going to have failures is, believe it or not, in the beginning, brand new, Okay, I'm going to have a few out of 3,000. I would expect to have maybe a dozen that just aren't going to work when they get here. So think of all the pieces and parts that are inside of that thing that we don't know the name of, but all those have parameters that that they're tested under. Then when I put all those together, we run it through a test. And if a couple of those line up that were on this side of that scale, by the time it shakes and bumps and rides in a truck, it's hot, it's cold, it gets down here, it's just not going to work. So we see that. You're going to see a few more failures maybe at about 1 year. I would expect to see about the same number of failures. If it fires up and it runs and it goes for a year, it's there for the long haul. So moving forward, you'll start to see failures increasing at 10 years. Because,
let's pretend I know nothing about meters, which in this case is true. How do you read these things? We put this meter system in. How do they get read?
Okay. What's going to happen is that water meter is going to, it's going to do its thing. It's going to measure water. It's going to store that reading on a chip. Okay. At certain intervals, it's going to broadcast that reading to an IoT, what's called an IoT data collector. So it's basically let's just call it a receiver, just to simplify it for me. Let's say it's a receiver and it's got just a little memory in there, and it's going to hold those readings, and then at certain intervals, it's going to send those readings backwards, first to a server, then to another server at Neptune, then those readings. It's just that quick, but Neptune knows that's your meter, and then it's going to populate in your cloud-based software. And then at that point, you just look at the reads anytime you want to. It's actually
so theoretically, you're reading all the time because bills come out at different times, right?
That's correct. We're reading all the time.
You're constantly reading some portion of the meters, probably.
Yes.
And then it goes through all the systems, and it comes back to us, and we hit a button, and it prints a bill.
Well, no, you don't hit a button. So what you do, remember, these reads are always there. Okay, they're sitting in a database, if you will. All right, and when I get ready to read, all I do is I go into your operator is going to go into your billing system and create a file. Let's just call it an Excel spreadsheet. It's going to have customer name, address. It's going to have a blank spot for the read, and it's going to have the previous read. Okay, we're going to line that file up with our database, and we're going to match based on the 10-digit serial number that's on top of that. We're going to match those numbers up. Once all those match up, I'm going to take that file and I'm going to put it back in your billing system.
Put it in our billing system.
Right. It's the same thing you're doing now.
It's in our billing system.
It's the same thing you're doing
And then
now.
we just print them out and off they go. So throughout the course of a year, we just assume that the meters, how do we find out that some meters are not running correctly? Is there a way to, how does that happen?
As far as accuracy goes?
This whole system seems to be automated. So there's no human beings involved in it. So if one of the meters starts to go bad, or several go bad, how do we know about it? What do we know?
Well, there's different types of bad, and that's another great, there are, and that's when people tell me things don't work, what does that mean? It doesn't work. You can have I'm assuming that you're asking, how do I know the visual read is going to match the electronic read that I'm getting? Is that?
Yeah, because there is no visual read anymore.
There is. Absolutely. My visual read is on both of those meters. There's a visual read on both of those meters.
But do we have people doing that too?
Well, here's the answer. I'm glad you brought that up. It's a great segue into why Neptune is probably a little different than everybody else. We have what's called Encoder Technology, and that's a real simple way of saying the source for my visual read and the source for my electronic read are one and the same. So I've got the way in the instance of, or in the case of that, the mechanical meter, that odometer has got, if I tore that thing apart, we flipped it upside down and looked at it, what you'd see is little LED lights that are underneath those odometer wheels. And this is kind of neat. We've got fiber optics that go in between those odometer wheels, and there's little holes in the sides of those odometer wheels. So what happens is all we have to do is shine light through that odometer, and based on that pattern that we get on the other end, that's the reading. I'm actually reading the odometer. So once again, the source for the visual read, the source for the electronic read are one and the same. I'm not going to tell you it can't break, but it can't break that way.
But how do I know which is right? No, I'm not concerned. How do I know when it's broke?
You're not going to get a read. That's how you know.
So just nothing comes out.
Right.
An exception report comes out or something?
Right. If I'm not getting a read, I need to go out there, and that's when we start diagnosing things.
So if the reads aren't matching up, I mean, you said the read's supposed to be the same thing.
Right.
If they don't match up.
Well, they can't. That's the beauty of it. They can't not match up.
But they can match up poorly.
If it reads, it reads.
Yeah, reads. If I get a read, it's a good read.
So, it's a good read if you get a read?
Yeah, I can't.
You'll either get a good read or you'll get nothing.
Exactly.
Okay.
And Jay, one thing when you talk about seeing it, our billing system, we can look at everything that's happening, and you can also set alarms like high or low consumption based on the customer.
If you get nothing,
right?
How do we get notified that the bill's not going to print out because there's nothing there?
We'd have an alarm set or a warning to
There'll be
come
an
in and
alarm.
say these
That's
meters aren't reading.
Part of the whole thing?
Yeah.
Right. So one of the nice things about both of those products too, before I get into the static meter, I think the coolest things about both those products is what happens if, God forbid, there's a hurricane, knocks down our data collectors. We still need to bill, right? What do? That product actually does more than AMI, which is automated meter reading infrastructure, which means you sit at your desk and read it, is the easy way to say that. It's also a mobile system. So it's got an interleaved signal in there for mobile drive-by. It works just like this. I've got a piece of equipment it looks like a little black box. I take my cell phone, and since all of my software is in the cloud, I pull my app up. I Bluetooth to this little black box, if you will. I drive around Sun and Lake. My reads are posted in the cloud, and we're good to go. So my initial backup is not going out there and reading manually. I fall back with zero adjustments to the equipment. I fall back to drive-by just like that. So that's your backup. Another thing that I think sets Neptune apart is that in that mode, we have the ability to do what's called data log. So with that same piece of equipment, let's say, God forbid, everything is knocked down, and I've got some high bill complaints and I need to go deal with it. I can go out with that same piece of equipment, my cell phone, get in front of the house, hit the button to data log it. When I data log it, I get the last 96 days of hourly reads from that water meter. They immediately post to the cloud. Your customer service people can look at it, take care of it, deal with the customer.
Hey. Okay.
So when when we move into the static meter, all those things are the same. We're just measuring water differently. Okay, instead of using a mechanical device, we're using ultrasonic sensors, if you will.
This one?
That's that one. So with that meter, the theory of operation is very, very simple. It's rate times times equals distance, right? It's a cop with a stopwatch and lines on the road. That's all you've got. We're going to shoot sound. We've got in that particular model, we've got two little reflectors in there. We're going to bounce sound back and forth, and the speed at which that sound goes between those is a math calculation, and we come up with the rate of flow and consumption like that. So, yeah, pretty neat stuff. But I will tell you this, not all ultrasonic meters, just because you're ultrasonic doesn't mean you're doing it right, if you will. Neptune was actually one of the last to come to market in continental United States with an ultrasonic meter, and they learned a lot from the people that were already there. The way we use and test water meters and the way people in America use water is different than the way people in Europe use water. We've got irrigation. We've got we just do things differently. sampling time.
Just out of curiosity, what is the difference between those two, percentage-wise in price?
$100 a point
$100 what?
each,
$100 each?
This is $100 more than
roughly.
the stamping.
And we would use how many of these? So it's, you're talking a lot of money, huh?
Yeah. Well, and I'm all for spending money if we can make money. But I would be shocked if the return on investment would offset that cost, because the mechanical meter is just that good. I mean, the mechanical meter is accurate down to 1/8 of a gallon a minute. That's pretty darn accurate. So, you know,
But would you maybe want to go to this type of unit on a commercial?
I absolutely would, because now I don't have a $40 water bill. I've got a $400 or a $4,000 water
Can
bill.
we do the hospital? Do we hook up the hospital? So like on the hospital, we would...
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Because here's what's not happening here, and here's what's not happening anywhere but maybe 3 or 4 places in Florida. If I've got, let's say at your hospital, a 4-inch meter, someone should, by AWWA standards, say that someone should go to that meter every year, isolate it, test it, repair it if necessary, and certify that it's accurate, because there's so much money at stake. That's not happening here. It doesn't happen anywhere. You don't have the people or the time or the money to do it, which is why the ultrasonic meters in commercial industrial, people have gone to them in droves, because they absolutely make you money.
Did our quote identify commercial versus residential?
They do by size.
Huh?
So what I would say...
Did your quote?
Yes, sir. So I would say anything 1 inch and up would be a candidate for an ultrasonic meter.
Is that what your quote
Yes, sir.
put in? The 1.3 says these will...
No, I see where you're going. No, all you would have to do to figure it out, though, would be say, you know, take the price for the mechanical meters in the 5/8 by 3/4 size, and then just use the price for the ultrasonic on the balance of them.
How many significant commercial lot meters do we use?
I believe that we have a little over 60 total commercial accounts. The hospital itself has 2 8-inch mag meters, which won't be changed out. They'll be retrofitted, which was asked in the RFP. Most of the larger meters, I don't believe, will be changed out. They'll be retrofitted.
60.
60
Did you
or
say
so.
60?
Plus.
What was this about?
The hospital itself, the compound meters, they're 8-inch meters, mag meters, which is another type of static meter. They will not be getting replaced. They'll be retrofitted with a transponding device. So they're actually staying in place.
So we could have 58 units or thereabouts that we would want to put this potentially on. So we're talking 6,000.
Yeah.
Addition. Okay.
But that's a one-time, right?
Yeah.
That would be a one-time charge.
Yeah.
Right. Well, the most interesting thing is once you get into the larger sizes, if you looked at my price for a 6-inch mechanical meter and a 6-inch ultrasonic meter, they're almost identical. Because now with a mechanical meter, I'm buying a huge chunk of bronze. With an ultrasonic meter, it's a lot smaller, I'm buying technology. So the price is very comparable. The larger you get in size with ultrasonic meters, the more comparable the prices are. Size to size.
We can do this one more. Did we identify the 5/8 and 1 inch and the ones that are larger than that for this quote?
Yes, sir. Each of the meter classes, it's broken into the actual size of the meter.
And the number of?
For every one of our 3,020 meters.
3,020 meters is
Yes,
what
sir.
we're looking at. Current.
Yes.
Okay, so the ones that were 1 inch and over, this is the unit.
Yes, sir.
And that's what was in our quotes
Yes, sir.
at 1.3.
Right.
And then this other mechanical one for the under 1 inch.
Yes, sir. We have two sets of quotes and 2 sets of numbers for each type.
Okay, but the question is, I'm not sure you're getting the question. The question that we all have, I think, to state it more clearly, is you have a quote for everything mechanical and you have a quote for everything digital.
Correct.
And what we're saying is the quote that we really think we need based on what we're hearing is a quote for mechanical for residential and digital for commercial, and we don't have that quote, so what we're hearing here is we may be looking at another $6,000 to be able to go to 60 digital computers for the commercial.
Correct, and we have unit pricing for those numbers, so I can break it out, but we just did all in this format, all in that. And what he said too, some people use that because they might have a gated community. They might have some FBI buildings in their service area where they can't get on the property, read the meter, or there's signal interference, so they'll mix and match them according to that use also.
Once we sign an agreement with whomever, let's say it starts January, for homes that are being completed later than January, new homes, how does that going to work? I mean, how does the transition automatically work there or happen there?
Yeah, at that point, and I don't think you'd find any disagreement, is you're really just putting the new meter in on the new homes, and you have a stockpile of the new meters for new units. This contract
so we would have to have a stockpile of new meters, or they would?
I would.
You would?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, I'm a water meter distributor. If you call my warehouse now, I'll send you 1 or 1,000. I've got them.
So we work that out internally.
Right. And you're not impacted by the supply chain because everything's built in Alabama. How about the semiconductors within the units?
I am impacted by the supply chain. Although our Neptune's, I say our a lot because I've worked with Neptune so long, Neptune has done a very good job of insulating us from that. Right now, our delivery time, if you gave me an order today, would be late February. We've got 2 things going on right now. Number one, the factory shuts down twice a year for heavy maintenance. So in that Neptune makes every piece and part of that, maybe other than the little microprocessor chips, those machines run 24/7. You can't, once you get them running and up to temperature and all that, you really can't shut them off. So twice a year at Christmas and 4th of July, the factory shuts down for what we call heavy maintenance. All the factory people, other than the maintenance people, that's when they get their vacation. They do maintenance on the furnace for the, dealing with the foundry, the bronze and that. All the heavy, the molds, all that takes place during this time. So I've got that going on, and one heck of a lot of demand has pushed us out to, like I say, if you gave me an order today, it would be late February. Nothing weird though. I look at my backlog and it's huge. I mean, I don't know what's going on. People are buying a lot of water meters, is what it amounts to, I guess. So at this time, it's just it's not really so much a supply chain issue. It's the time of year. We'd be saying the same thing at the 4th of July. The factory's going to shut down, and orders continue to come in, and we're not shipping anything out. So typically, I like to see 2 to 3 week delivery, but right now it's definitely pushed out a little bit. Where I think you will see you've got a greater possibility of supply chain issues, believe it or not, is meter boxes. Plastic meter boxes are incredibly difficult to get right now. And all that goes back to I don't know if it was January, February, but a lot of the petrochemical plants that make the resins that they make things like that out of are in Texas. And they were, of course, relying on green energy that didn't work, and things froze. And those plants, it's one thing to shut one down, but to let one freeze on you, major issue. And if things like PVC, anything PVC pipe, meter boxes, just a nightmare right now. It's very, very difficult to get. I don't even know if I'd call that supply chain. I guess it is, but it's not. There's no foreign intervention. It was unfortunately all self-induced.
And Jay, if I may ask related to that, what about, we have some boxes with cast iron lids. What kind of problem does that present?
No problem at all. And I haven't gotten to that yet, but one of the pieces that you see there is a through-the-lid antenna. So with that product, if we were using it in drive-by, I would say put it in the ground just the way it is. Because think about it, with drive-by, I'm driving by. So when we move to what we call an AMI system, a lot of people, I guess one of the other terms for that is a fixed base system. Well, the problem with a fixed base system is it's fixed. So if maybe on a perfect day, we would be able to get by without a through-the-lid antenna, but as meter boxes fill up with water, which is what they're going to do here, and you've got a cast iron lid or a cast iron reader lid, you have created a really bad scenario to try and get out of with 900 megahertz. So what we do is we alleviate that. We've got that through the lid antenna. You drill a 1 3/4 inch hole in the lid. That goes through. There's a retainer nut. There's an F connector, watertight seal, plugs right in there. Now I'm outside of the meter box, and we've taken care of all of that.
Can you tell me, I'm curious, looking at this list that we've received, what is the difference between an estimated network and software cost and a normalized network and software cost? Do you know? Does anybody know?
I don't know the definitions of those.
Well, I mean, there's numbers listed for each of those. I was just curious what they are.
Well, that RFP had some things in there that I wasn't quite sure of. One of the things that we were not able to do here was, and I'm going to assume it's this, one of the things that we didn't have time to do was a propagation study, which basically says, okay, give us your addresses and I'll geocode them into lat longs. Give me your assets. How high can I get? And then we run that through basically the same software that the cell phone companies use, and we determine, what meters we can read, what meters we can't read. So we weren't able to do that prior to this presentation, or prior to that pricing, if you will. So that's that. All that information is forthcoming. There's a lot of things in there that we would, if you chose us, that we really do need to sit down and talk about. There's AMI services, which means who do you want to be responsible for the IoT gateways? Do you want that to be us, or do you want it to be you? We've got the ability to take control of all of that and manage it for you and maintain it, replace it if it's ever damaged. That would be the far end of the spectrum versus we put them up for you and they're yours. Call us if you have a problem. And I have customers that do from that extreme to that extreme and everywhere in between. So with a system like this, there is a lot to talk about when it comes to fine-tuning that price, as far as what what your expectations are and what you're after.
Without going into a lot of detail, the confusing thing for me is that there's such a variance in pricing.
Between mine, or between mine and my competitor?
Between you and your competitors.
Absolutely, there's a huge variance.
Well,
we're better.
When one is trying to make a decision, one usually likes to feel comfortable, but there's such, I mean, I
can stand here and tell you we are absolutely better. There is a reason I've got north of 100 AMR, AMI customers in this state. There's a reason those customers I named, places like Hillsborough County, places like Cape Coral, they've gone through this. And there's a reason that, and I ask people all the time, if you need a dump truck, what difference does it make how much a pickup truck costs? And I can assure you that pricing is competitive, that I submitted, and that's what it costs to get the job done correctly. If you look at the two products, one's plastic, one's bronze. If you look at, even comparing my static meter to someone else's static meter, the technology that we use, when you're looking at that Mach 10 meter, compare that to whomever my competitors are in static meters. My number one question when someone asks me, or we start talking about any type of ultrasonic mag meter, any of those things that are battery operated, what's your sampling rate? Is it once every 9 seconds? Is it once every 10 seconds? Which tells me you're using older technology and you don't know how to manage a battery. My sampling rate is 4 times per second. And what does that mean? So on an ultrasonic meter, okay? If I'm not sampling, I'm not measuring, I'm guessing. So I listen here, and the water's going 30 gallons a minute, maybe 500 gallons a minute at the hospital. I make it to here, and it's 1,000 gallons a minute. What happened? What happened? How does the meter know? And you'll hear people say, "We're using a logarithm. We do this, we do that." Well, I say, you're guessing. If you're not sampling, you're guessing. So when a lot of these, everybody's got pretty literature. Everybody's got, pretty PowerPoint presentations and that. At the end of the day, they're not all the same. And when you look at Made in America, bronze, warranty, is the company going to be there to honor the warranty? Neptune's been around since 1892. First member of the American Water Works Association. They will not let you fail, period. Ferguson, been around since 1953. $30 billion a year company. They will not let you fail, period. And I will tell you this, I've been doing this a long time, and as I stated, I've done two things in my life. I've had now 3 jobs in my life, basically. I was in the Marine Corps, I sold meters for Sun State Meter, and now for Ferguson. I can't tell you that every meter I send you isn't going to fail on the first day. I can't tell you that. But I can tell you this. Nobody can tell you that, by the way. I can tell you this. If there is a problem, there is a failure, you will be made whole, and you will be a happy customer. We don't accept anything less.
Okay.
A question that I'm going to ask, just so I'm not assuming. The Mach 10 and the A10 measure water differently.
They do.
But if I put the same amount of water through both meters, what's the variance of difference in what it's going to tell me is being used?
When they're brand new, nothing. When they're brand new, nothing. Over time, the accuracy of any mechanical meter is going to degrade. And like I say, the question is, it's not going to degrade just because it gets older. It's going to degrade because you're using it a lot. So I have customers that even tell me, if I've got like a heavy user, maybe I bet I could ride around this neighborhood and show them. I'm a big guy. I'm a golfer. I love green grass. I use some water, Mach 10 would be good at my house. My neighbor? No. They could care less. So it's a very subjective thing. There's no doubt about it. The beauty of Neptune is you don't have to choose one or the other. You don't even have to choose the same technology, if you will. You might tell me, I've got customers that even tell me, look, we're going to use drive-by or mobile. We're going to use that. If we can just zip around and get the read, we're going to do that. But the keys, for instance, when I first started with them, the only thing they used fixed base for was their jumping off point was if we have to take a ferry to go read the meters, we're going to use fixed base. And then over time, they've just kind of filled in and gone that direction. But with Neptune, you don't have to. With the Neptune 360 software, I can accept manual reads. I can accept reads via LoRa radio. I can accept reads via mobile, drive-by. It all comes together right there for you.
Okay, well, thank you.
I've got one more internal question that I'd like you to comment on after we get the answer. This was kind of the first I really understood that there were mag meters on the 8-inch meters at the hospital that we're going to retrofit rather than replace. How old are they, and does that make sense?
I believe those were changed out during the last meter swap out project from Avanti when they were out here. They were the sole rep for the Evo Q4, which is a mag meter at the hospital.
About how long ago?
8 years.
8 years, about roughly.
Okay. So when you say a mag meter, how does that compare to the mechanical meter and the digital meters that we're looking at here?
It's a solid state meter, so there's no internal moving parts. But instead of using a reflector for the ultrasonic, it uses magnets and the pulling of the bands.
I could probably help you with that.
Okay.
So there's when you get into static meters, and I use that term, no moving parts, if you will. You've got two platforms. You've got ultrasonic, basically using sound, Sometimes we use reflectors. In the 5/8 and the 1 inch, we use reflectors. On my 1.5 inch and 2 inch, we just got sensors inside of there. Same thing, though. It's easier on the small diameter to use a reflector and make all that happen. On a mag meter, what we're actually doing inside of that, and they're very, very popular in sewer, okay, not so much in water, because they're a battery hog. And I would almost guarantee you your sampling time on that mag meter is excess of 10 seconds per reading. But what you've got with a mag meter, what you've got is two probes. When you run water through there, you're basically, and they're connected to some electronics, you're creating current. And that current, whatever, that voltage is just math to get to the reading based on the diameter of the pipe. Very, very good way to measure sewer. And anything with suspended solids in it, I'd argue all day long that it's not a great way to measure water, especially with a battery. What I would recommend on those meters, the installer that we use, National Meter, would be our sub on the job, best in the business. What I would recommend would be let's let him test it, see what we come up with. And if he says it's a good meter, let's put, for next to nothing, we could put just basically a radio transmitter on that existing meter and read it that way. If he says it doesn't test well, we can change it out. But the thing about that meter is, if it does test well, more than likely that accuracy is not really going to change over time. So I would probably recommend using it until we got the life out of it. And that's something that I didn't touch on was installation. Bill Castle with National Meter, I think he had a representative here for your tour and all that. There are no better. Okay, people say, what does it cost to put a water meter in? And I'm like, my gosh, I've seen everything from people running around in hatchback Pintos with boxes of meters in the back to professional people that do this. So, when you look at how do you do it right, here's my scenario. If I'm a meter installer, I show up, I've got basically my own handheld device, probably a cell phone or an iPad, whatever that is. First thing I want to do, take a picture of what that meter box looks like. That installation, what's it look like? I haven't touched it, take a picture of it. I'm going to take a picture of that final read, okay? I'm going to do my work. I'm going to scan in my MIU numbers in that, so all those go back to the system. I'm going to handle all that for you so there's no manual data entry on your part. When I'm all said and done, I'm going to take a picture of what it looks like when I left. Then I'm going to put that in the cloud, and I'm going to give my customer, Southern Lake, I'm going to give you access to that. When Mrs. Smith calls and says, my yard is a wreck, I would like you to come, rectify this for me. Well, first thing your customer service rep's going to do is go to Bill's cloud-based software and say, let's see what this looks like. Whole thing's right there. He's got, on a job this size, he would use more than likely his own people. On a big job, let's say I was doing like a Hillsborough County. Bill's doing Hillsborough County with us. You would have, because it's so big, you would have supervisors that would be his people, and then you would use local labor to actually do the physical work. But with this, I would be almost certain he would use all his own folks. But his installation crews and his methodology is the best in the business. So I'm very confident that you'd be pleased with it. And he can offer testing, like on the larger meters and that as well. So, like I said, you'd be well pleased with his work.
Okay, thank you. Or we got more?
We got more.
We got more. Do we have just excuse me a minute. Do we have another presentation? Yes. Okay. Go ahead. We have another one.
The above meter antennas.
Right.
My concern with anything above meter is what happens when a mower hits it, and how many of these are we going to be replacing?
Well, here's the good news. Step over here. The good news is this thing it can handle a mower real well. If we were replacing lids, a lot of lids will have a recess for this.
We can't hear you.
I mean, your profile.
Sorry, we use one of the microphones so that it
Yeah.
goes into the record. You can take it with you if you want.
So your profile on this is very low. I mean, it's right there. That's it. So, like I said, the lids that we could provide lids. I think that was part of the deal as well. They would be recessed down, and it would be somewhat flat. The nice thing about this antenna is it's a dumb antenna. Okay, there's no electronics in here. It's just an antenna. So you can ride over it, you can hit it. I can put it out. It's traffic rated. I mean, it's pretty darn durable, and as well, it's completely potted. So on this end, you've got an F connector with basically a meter gasket that goes down on the circuit board. Up here, you've got a metallic traffic rated antenna. So we have very little issue with that.
Any issues with a connector when the box floods?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If you looked at the, I think you could probably see it best on the Mach 10. And if you pick that up, you'll feel how that's a pretty darn heavy piece of equipment. If you took that little cap off of it and you look down inside of there, what you'd see is a meter gasket. No, not that one. The plastic one on top.
This one?
Yes, sir.
Whoops. It's secure.
Okay, I believe you.
I got you. So the reason that thing is so heavy is because it is basically a solid brick of epoxy. I mean, it's full. So there's really nowhere for the only thing that I have to protect with this seal and that is the F connector, and I'm using a meter gasket to do that, which is absolutely bulletproof. I mean, it is not going anywhere. It's meant to be underwater. Believe it or not, it's harder to be in and out of water. It's harder on the electronics than anything else. We've got that down in the keys with the tide. So the tide comes in, the meter box. If the meter box is half full of water, by the time the tide comes in, it's full of water. Then when the tide goes out, it goes back down. Absolute worst place in the world you can put any of this stuff. And I've been down there since 2007. 50,000 of them right there.
Okay.
I won't let you move on if you want to.
What the hell's the difference now? I mean, what the hell? It's quarter till. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
You have a lot to.
You think?
Yeah, we have too much is what we have.
It's overwhelming, to say the least.
One quick question.
Okay.
Your
This is ridiculous.
installer that you just talked about,
Yes.
do they use project management?
Absolutely.
So we would have a project management coordinator?
I'd have a Ferguson project manager and a project manager with National Meter as well.
And that's included in your
Yes.
quote? Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. Have a good weekend.
Yep. What? Yeah. On what?
Bill wants to talk.
Yeah, I guess. Hey, yeah, they've been, we should have. I never do that. I feel these guys have been sitting there with a thumb up their ass. Well, I'd like to.
Certainly clarified all that, didn't he?
God.
Listen, I don't want to go on the record.
I think we got to, yeah. Yeah. Mike and Jimmy, we're going to take another recess and then get you now, okay? Right after that. And I'm sorry. Sorry. That's all I can say.
Well, true. They don't pay us for big bucks because who's going to do it? I don't know how he is, but I'm probably changed. I mean, I'm not going to hold some. Did you see? He's only got. This says $1,325,000 for meter replacement. This guy was talking $1 million. Yes. Yes, my fine feathered friend. Here, Ferguson, $1,828,000.
But they're the one of,
That's what I'm on with stuff.
well, no, wait, because it is. Well, I mean, well, look at it. It's right here. And he said the two top ones are the ones that came. They were 36 and 37.
I'm going to, they don't have to stick around for staff. Is that okay? Guys, Jim, Mike, are you guys? Yeah, they're yeah, we're going to do golf next, and then I'm going to dismiss.
Did you tell him because you got all your water?
Yeah, I know.
So we're skipping.
Oh, I don't need that.
I didn't know it was going to do that much. Thank you, sir.
So I'm assuming that's what this one was, right? So now we're doing this. I don't know what this means. Or this one. I know. I'm writing stuff down and I have no idea what I'm writing down. We have to do this and we have to do this.
Hey, Dave, can I go without him being here? I'm going to let the...
Oh, yeah, you could. Okay.
I was almost going to ask him why his thing was $1.3 million, and this other guys don't understand why he can't believe something.
Yeah.
I mean, the prices.
Is the Lawrence share that with us and just their recommendation? We have a few questions. That's just too you know, it's...
If we guess wrong,
yeah.
it's going to be a very...
It'll be like it was last year.
Yeah, right.
Which is terrible. Yes. Okay, we're going to get back and, guys, we're going to let some guys from our golf department talk first, and then we'll get right back to you, okay? Thank you very much.
Good morning, Supervisors, and thank you. I'll be real quick. The only big topic we have is on the RFP. We met with a couple of you guys earlier this week, and really all we're wanting to do is get everything submitted so we can run our ad in the paper, and then hopefully get everything buttoned up by the end of the year, and then come back at the first meeting in January with what the total cost for the job will be. So that's really, I think, our biggest concern right now as far as I'm concerned on the golf course. We'll send out staff reports Monday if that'll make it easier for everybody, and it'll be help us to go a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I'm going to dismiss you for the, because it'll be another hour, so probably
yes.
if I don't.
So if you guys, David, do we have anything?
Yeah, I think we're on item I, so we're going to need a motion in a second.
Yes. Do we have a motion and a second for
So moved.
agenda number I?
Second.
Okay.
Okay, so my question on the RFP, you said you want to put it in the local paper for $1 million or almost $2 million project it may be, is the local paper the only place we're going to post the RFP?
Demand Star is also going to be on Demand Star.
And Demand Star is?
It's basically, it's the same way we ran the process for the meters. So we'll have it wrote up, hopefully this afternoon, get it submitted Monday if you guys want it sent prior. But that way it gets out to even more people than just the local newspaper, and nobody can come and say that they didn't see the publications or anything else. It gets a whole, I mean, it goes basically worldwide.
Good. Let's get it out.
Yeah. David, anything else?
We're bidding on both projects, right? Or the
No,
RFP is going to be,
It's just deer only.
Just deer this time.
we're taking turtle out?
We haven't taken it out. I will have pricing by the meeting in January for turtle as well.
Good, good.
This is just the RFP for deer.
Right. Just the installation.
For turtle. Well, he's going to get a ballpark, and then you'd have to get
So
an RFP for that.
So reminder, we've already, as far as the equipment goes, we've already approved to do that through Wesco. So we've committed to that. So the RFP is going out for installation.
And Wesco did say that they would honor the pricing for turtle as well, even though we haven't done anything yet with that. But the pricing that we committed to for deer, they would still honor that as well. Toro will.
So we've already signed off on buying the stuff.
We've just made a commitment.
Commitment. I mean,
yes, sir.
Now we're going to find out how much the installation of that equipment is going to cost us.
Yes, sir.
So once you get the cost of the installation, how long will it take to get the cost of the equipment?
We've already had that. We have the.
Oh, you already know what we're going to lay? You know that cost
yes, sir.
already?
The footage, the wire, everything, the size of the pipe, it's all done. So,
okay, so when you come back to us, we're going to have the whole kit and
a total cost, yes, sir.
One shot.
And then we'll have the contractors available, and then we'll make our decision as a group to who we want to award it to.
And a timeline.
Yes, sir. We went through that already. The schedule's all up, and that's why the only thing I want to do is get the 10 days that we have to advertise it, and then basically, hopefully after the meeting on the 7th, be able to award a contractor.
Are you giving a timeline on the project too?
Yes, sir. Scope of work, everything, time frame when it needs to be done, and also.
When are we saying that we're going to start it? We'd like to start it.
June 6th is when I'd like to start it.
June 6th?
Yes, sir.
Complete by?
No later than 7/29.
I'm sorry?
7/29.
7/29?
That's probably, it won't take that long. I'm trying to give hurricane leeway or storms or whatever. But it should take 4 to 5 weeks, and we should never be without water any longer than 2 to 3 days on each hole. So my goal is to get all the maintenance done that we need to get done while we're down at that time, and then when we open it up. But I mean, the meetings we had last week was that we shouldn't be no longer than 2 to 3 days on a hole, per hole.
So am I off, or did we once upon a time go under the assumption this was a 4-month project? We did go under that assumption, right? You did tell us it was 4. Now we're down to 5 weeks?
Yeah, well, that was not HDPE. So everything, the HDPE pipe, everything will be pulled in under 4 inches. So there'll be hardly any disturbance in the fairways up to the green surrounds, everything. The trenching's all going to happen on the big main line outside of the golf course. But we'll.
Oh, no, 5 weeks is great. It's just that we've gone from 4 months to 5 weeks. I mean,
we'll definitely have, for January's meeting, we'll definitely have a better time frame on everything. Okay. But that's why I just gave them the 7/29 to give a little bit of leeway for us. But we pretty much have it. Andy and Mike are working on the tournament schedule as well, so we can try to keep 27 holes open the whole time.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
Any other comments or questions? Any public comment? Okay, does he have something written down on what the actual motion would be?
Board approval to issue the RFP for the Deer Run Golf Course Irrigation Project.
Okay. We have a motion already and a second. Okay.
Okay. Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
Supervisor Hotelling?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
President Gilpin?
Yes. Okay, thank you, guys,
No,
and...
I'm not done with them. I mean, can we talk real briefly, when is the contract coming up on the equipment?
Well,
Because let me tell you why I'm bringing this up, because originally, before you came here, we had talked about putting together the equipment from the district and from the golf into one lump sum. We couldn't figure out why it was always split, other than it was always split. So the reason I bring it up, if the contract's coming up, I'd like to go back and revisit that.
I'm fine with that. I know district seems to like Toro. Deere's going to notoriously be a little less expensive than Toro. Right now, I can say honestly that Deere is producing equipment quicker than Toro. The equipment that you guys approved for George is right around 8 months now. So he won't see his equipment till the end of next year.
Well, see, that's what I'm trying to get away from his equipment versus your equipment and have it be Center Lakes equipment.
Well, I agree. Well, it's still your equipment, regardless. But the golf equipment's a lot different than the commercial equipment. Even Deere has a commercial division versus a golf because they're specialty mowers. But we could still lump it in. I have no issue with that.
I mean, I'm trying to save money for us. Is if you don't think it's worthwhile.
No, there's definitely the more you buy, the more you spend, the better pricing you're going to get. And there's some creative stuff we can do. I mean, when I was with my previous company, we went in and had cash deals with John Deere where they gave you guys 2% cash back on everything we purchased, and I'm sure we could sit down and drum up something with Toro as well.
I mean, Chris is just walking in. I know we're pressed for time. Can you guys get together, I'll explain to Chris what's going on?
Yes, sir.
And see what we can come up with.
Absolutely.
If it can't be done, it can't be done.
Well, there's definitely, we can have savings in volume for sure.
Okay. And then the other thing is, and because of time, I'll wait until next month, but I do want to go over your year-ending numbers since we owe that to you.
Absolutely. Happy to do so. It was on the original agenda. I'm not sure why it's not on here.
We'll wait till the next meeting.
It should be back.
We didn't realize this was going to run.
I'm sure it'll be on that agenda, so that'll be fine.
But I'd like that on the agenda for next meeting, please. To review their, and yours too, all the financials for the year-end.
Okay, thanks, guys. And apologize for the whatever, but you're excused. Okay, we're going to do this other presentation before we do all this voting, right? Okay.
How are you guys doing today?
Good. And just one housekeeping thing, make sure you speak into the mic, because otherwise our recorders won't pick it up.
Gotcha, thank
you.
We had a PowerPoint presentation that we were going to use today, but we have a technical difficulty that's going to prevent that. So what I'm going to do, there's only a couple of slides that are really pertinent that I wanted you guys to see. So when we get to those, I'll just bring them over for you to see on my laptop. I'm Travis Crossan. I'm with Waterworks Incorporated. We're from the giant city of Avon Park, Florida, just up the road. I have with me here today Ty Jackson. He's our Central Florida sales rep. And also in from Panama City today is Jody Klein. He's our regional sales manager for Camstrup Water Metering. He's also the gentleman that a few months ago when prices started escalating, he got Sun and Lakes' price locked in for the district. So we want to thank him for that. It's probably one of the reasons why we're here today is because of Jody. So we definitely thank him for that. A couple of things that we want to talk about today. I'll go over an agenda. I want to talk about Camstrup, their history as a company, their background in the water meter manufacturing industry, the AMI system overview that we've presented to you guys, some emergency response information, and then why we think that Camstrup is the best choice for the district. So we've passed out a few meters. I'll probably address those at times. I don't know how I'm going to do that. Maybe I'll take the mic with me. to keep Chris happy in his recording, but I'll deal with that as time comes. First, we want to talk about Kamstrup as a company. They were founded in 1946. They're a Danish company, started in Denmark. They produced their first ultrasonic water meter in 1991. I know that's 30 years ago, but it happened. We didn't even see ultrasonic meters in the U.S. till around 2013. And then there's been an influx of companies with ultrasonic meters since then. In 1991, they quit making manual meters, mechanical meters altogether. So they devoted all their R&D into ultrasonic technology across the water and the electricity lines. Over the past decade, based on the statistics that they keep, they hang their hat on a less than 0.5% failure rate across all product lines annually. So if I could boast that, I would hang my hat on it too. I don't really blame them. So we're happy to represent this company in Central and South Florida. They only have 2 manufacturing facilities in the world, even though they're in 60 different countries. One of those, obviously, is in Denmark, where they started, and the second one is in Roswell, Georgia, just one state north. So if the district were to choose this meter, all your meters would be manufactured, produced in-house in Roswell, Georgia. This company is, quality control is paramount. They don't outsource any type of assembly processes. They don't outsource any of the goods. They manufacture everything, and they do buy the batteries. I think every meter manufacturer has to purchase their lithium batteries, but other than that, everything's built in-house. Their production is highly automated. There's several YouTube videos out there of the robotic repeatability in which they build these meters. The construction of the meter is unique because most water meters, I know you guys aren't in the water meter business, so most water meters come as a meter and then a register that attaches and then a radio that attaches, and it's a bunch of separate parts. You'll notice that these meters that we passed out don't have anything external on them. So the radio, the register, the battery, all the metrology of the meter is sealed underneath that one seal, under that one glass. They found a lot of success in that. This 0.5% failure rate comes from that design. They haven't changed that meter on the left, the AMR only meter without the antenna on it. They haven't changed that meter in 11 years. That's how successful it's been. So everything under one glass and the quality control in which it's built and the robotic repeatability are a big reason why they have such a success rate without failures. When we talk about failures, we can talk about meter failures or radio failures or register failures, but with Kamstrup, we don't separate them. A failure is a failure. So with everything under one glass, that 0.5% is encapsulating all those parts. Okay? Yes, sir.
What we have in front of us shows that the Flow IQ 3250 was the one that was being talked about. Neither one. This is a 2250 and this is a 2100.
The 2250 was also in the quote. I don't know exactly what's in front of y'all, but when we submitted our responses, the 2250 and the 3250, and the 3250 is a stainless model that's just larger. It's the larger version, over 1 inch. 95% of the district's meters are going to be that 2250, okay. So that's why I chose to bring that one today. And, you know, they're heavy and they're big and they don't do really well on small tables, so I didn't bring them in here. I didn't wheel them in here on a dolly for you. So
very good.
At any rate, that 2250 with the antenna on it is the meter. That's the AMI meter that we're going to talk about today. Okay. And the 3250 is just a larger version of it. Okay.
Would the 3250 be more for commercial units?
It is. It's for 1 inch and then 1.5 inches, 2 inch, all the way up to your 4 inch meters will be the 3250 meter.
What are you looking at to get the size of it? That page?
There's response summary.
And Chris, that would be the same as the last gentleman that talked about using on the commercial, the bigger ones?
Yeah, a bigger one, and you know, really for reference, if you could give an approximate cost of an 8-inch meter versus a standard 5/8, I don't think some people understand the cost
Yes,
of these
so
large
like
meters.
a 5/8 meter with the radio and register and everything in it is a $225 meter, and then the 4-inch meter, which is the largest one, I think, in this particular RFP, is I think a $2,600 or $2,700 meter. So there's a big difference in cost, and we're fortunate that 95% of your meters are the $225 meter.
Yep.
That's kind of a reference. If you get into the 2-inch meters, hit the middle of the road, they're around $850, $900 somewhere in there.
Okay.
Okay. So next, I want to move into talking about the AMI solution itself. It only has 3 components. It's a very simple yet a very robust solution. It has the meter with all the radio register and everything inside the meter. It has collectors which go on the district's own towers that they already own. We'll be utilizing two of those towers in our prop study, which I'll show you. It may even be in there, but I can show you the screenshot of that in a little bit. And then the backhaul off of the collector goes to the software at the office for district staff to use in their day-to-day routines. So it's a lot of AMI systems have, they call it piggybacking, where one meter will get the reads from 20 meters and then send that in, but if that 1 meter fails, you lose 20 reads. Or you have to figure out where that came from. Camstrup did not design the system that way. Every meter speaks directly to the collector. And these meters don't, when you put these in the ground, they don't have to be told to talk to the collector. They automatically do that, okay? So the AMI system itself is a radio frequency. To make that simple, it's just like EMS and the firefighters use. So it's a licensed band instead of just a light radio band. What does that mean? You get better penetration and you get a lot further distance out of a licensed frequency. You don't get interference from other radio signals when you have a licensed band. So Camstrup acquires this licensed band, and then the district only has to re-up the license every 10 years. Right now, I think it's like $600. So it's very inexpensive to maintain that radio frequency. Something unique about our meters, our AMI system, is the meters have the ability to automatically tune the radios up and down. And what this gives you is a meter that's close to a collector will whisper instead of talking at the full 1 watt, and that allows meters further away in more challenging environments or wetter pits or behind homes to get to the collector, get that signal and that read to the collector successfully. So the meters don't compete with each other when they tune themselves up and down. What does that give you? That gives you this. This is your prop study. This is your prop study. This is with plastic lids with all of you have. And you can see by this prop study, all the red dots are where your meters are now. So yellow means good, green means exceptional, and you see how far the green goes outside of your service area now. So even back there behind Cortez, all those areas back there, as you add homes and add development back there, this system will already be set up to receive those radio signals. You won't have to add infrastructure for redundancy. Okay?
No dead spots.
There are no dead spots in this. Jose Mena is with Camstrup. He runs these prop studies, and the prop studies that he provides to us are always very conservative. So I was extremely pleased to see that you have 4 tower locations, and you're not even going to need them all. So what does this do for maintenance? Well, if you have maintaining 4 collectors is double the price of maintaining 2 collectors, and they don't really need maintenance unless you have a failure, usually by inclement weather, be it hurricanes, lightning. I mean, we live in Florida, so we know these things do happen, but I'd rather have 2 to worry about instead of 4. So I was happy to see that this prop study came out the way it did. And this is a perfect picture of licensed RF frequency, a thicker band, a 1 watt output, and meters that auto-adjust and don't fight each other to get their reads in. And that's what it looks like. So like I said, it's a simple system, but it's very robust and well thought out as far as how we're going to get those reads successfully to the office. That's a must-have. Next, I want to go into the water meters that are in front of you. The one with the antenna is a dual band. It can be drive-by reads, which you collect them out of a vehicle, or it's the fixed network, which we've proposed to the district. They have no moving parts in them. I'll repeat this again. Camstrup hasn't built a water meter that has moving parts in it for 30 years. They only build ultrasonic water meters. They're true pioneers.
That one has an antenna, right?
That one does have an antenna.
Because in your write-up, or in the write-up here, it says polymer lids required with 10% antennas. What does that
Okay,
mean?
so there's a antenna like that comes standard, and most of the time that antenna has great signal strength with the polymer lid. But in challenging environments, let's say we have a meter pit that's that deep, that we need to get that signal to the top of the lid, then that antenna pops off, and we have a secure clip that goes back on, and we put an antenna in the pit lid. So that brings that signal to the top. An external antenna.
So how do you know where to use those?
Well, that's a good question. If Joey tells us, hey, we have these streets like Barbarossa, those areas over there where I've traveled for years, and we know they're underwater a lot of the times in the summertime. We don't even waste our time not putting an antenna there because we know that a lot of times that's a challenging environment for a meter signal. So we'll go ahead and put some there. But then as we install these meters, we are accessing the software. And we're going to see and talk about later in our software where we can actually go to our software and say, okay, out of all of these meters, tell me any meter that hasn't given me 95% reads for the last week. Then we go out, we do a signal check on those, and we get that. If that needs that pit antenna, we add them as needed.
So you're basically estimating 10% antennas. It could be 15 or 20, or it could be 5.
Yes, actually, I think it's going to be on the other end of the spectrum. We estimated 10% antennas on a 2,500 meter utility, which would be 250 antennas, and currently we have 16 in use, and they have 100% reads. So, I'd be willing to bet that if we need more than 10%, we'll supply them. That's not going to be a problem. We're not going to need 10% in my experience.
Okay.
Yeah. But when you're answering RFPs, you want to give people scenarios where, hey, this is the most it's going to cost you. Everybody's happy when we come back and say, hey, you only needed 100 antennas. Nobody's happy if we come back and you needed double. So when the prop study said figure on 10%, we put 10% in the price. Okay?
And how about the impact on the cast iron lids?
It's really not an issue. You burn a hole in them and you put the antenna on top. So.
And that's flush with the lid, top of the lid?
Well, it's almost flush. We can't call it flush, but a lawnmower won't catch it. And a lot of times, what I usually like to do is I usually like to take that antenna and put it on the meter and secure it under that cast iron lid and put it down and do a device check. So I can take, at any time, I can take this and do a signal check on any meter I want to in your utility. And if I know what decibels I need to get a good signal read. So if I put it under that pit lid and I get a good signal read, then we'll build a bracket and put that under that metal lid instead of on top of it and eliminate the possibility of it being damaged. So some of this is just experience trying to put antennas in places where the least amount of damage is going to happen. That's what I like to do with metal lids before we go cutting through them. Okay?
Thank
you. Okay. Radio frequency. Why does Camstrup choose that? It's been around for over 100 years. It's very reliable. It's used all over the county already. We like it. We can depend on it.
Where you have, it says here for equipment install, MTU retrofitting compatible? I mean, how do you guys do, who does the installation?
So as far as the MTUs, the installation company, Invocor, who gave us the quote on this, we have a nationally renowned installation company that would be handling the installs, the door hangers, the call center, all of that for the district, working with the district to get that done.
Okay, so we have that information?
Yeah,
It's in
that
the
is.
contract.
Yeah, that's included. That's included in our price, so it's not in addition to.
I mean, because it says retrofitting. We're not doing retrofitting, right? It's all new.
Right, but retrofitting would be like you have some Honeywell meters at the hospital, and those are good meters. And there's no reason to charge the district another $8,000 to go replace a static meter that has a replaceable battery. So instead of replacing that meter, we could put an MTU on it. It's still going to be an AMI signal. It's still going to report to your software. It's still going to be used in your water loss analysis that's built into the software, but it's going to save you from having to replace that meter. We buy $100-something MTU instead.
So is the hospital the only exception that you know of?
Joey, it's not the only exception, but there's only a few of them, yes?
I believe the plan is anything over 4-inch will be retrofitted.
How many?
Everything over 4-inch, which there's a couple handfuls.
Yeah. I think we're at a dozen or less, as far as I remember, and I think that's pretty close.
And that was figured in the price, everything over 4-inch?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, every meter in the district should be reporting to the software in AMI to the office automated, with the new meters and the handful of retrofits that are in the project. So back to the water meter itself, we talked about the construction under one glass. That's important. If we don't have, and I think that I don't need to tell the district that if we don't have reliable hardware, none of this stuff matters. It doesn't matter about the software. It doesn't matter about the collectors. If we don't have reliable hardware in the pit and you have major meter failures in the pit, nothing gets out of the pit. So to have a proven, reliable radio register under one glass, I think is paramount for the district to keep the failure rates as low as possible for the life of the meter.
How will I know when this fails?
When we talked about going on to the software and saying, tell me every meter in the last week or the last day or the last month or whatever time frame you choose has not given me 95% reads, you'll know. You can also go to all meters and click, there's a last read time, and when you click that last read time, it flips it. So anything with the latest read gives it to you. You click it again, and it gives you, and all this comes in training to the district staff. But every day they will be able to make sure that with a couple clicks of a mouse that all meters are reporting in as they should.
Okay, so would there be an exception report, if you will, if it's not reading? Or if
Correct. So if I go to the software and tell the software in so many words to tell me anything that's not report or hasn't given me at least one read today or yesterday, there'll be a list of meters there. And then you can, just by double clicking on those meters, you can see when the last time they checked in and decide if we need to go see if there's a car parked over the top of them, see if somebody dumped a load of fill dirt over the meter pit, or whether you had a meter failure.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, we can go in and check anytime, but there isn't an automatic report generated when the meter stops sending us a signal.
That's correct. That's correct. In addition to that, and why it really doesn't give you a report, that 2,500 meter utility that I told you about, that we have the 16 antennas at, that system's been in the ground complete for 3.5 years. They've had 3 meter failures in 3.5 years. So when you have failure rates that are that,
how many in total?
2,500 meters. They've had 3 meter failures in 3.5 years. So when you have that few of failing hardware, then it becomes much less needy to have those type of generated reports.
How long did you say these things are going to last?
They have a 20-year lifespan. They have meters in Denmark, ultrasonic meters that are 23 years old now that they pull out every year. They check the accuracy and they put them back in the ground, and they're still running. So in many, many cases, these meters do actually last 20 years.
This is probably not a good question. What percentage would you estimate would be a concern that the whole thing's failing? In other words, if you read the meters and 10% are gone in 10 years or having a problem, is that an alarm or an alert, or do we wait till it gets to 25%? Or
Well, I think that whenever you start looking at the total number of meters, and then you do the math on how long you've had them, and that adds up to over 0.5% per year of failures, I think then it's time to look at it. But you have a free replacement warranty for the first 10 years, and it's prorated after that. So even at year 15, even at year 15, you pay 60% of a new meter cost. Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but there again, and I know that just the warranty is sometimes not good enough. There's a lot of warranties out there, but if you guys are losing, 400 or 500 meters a year or more, who's paying the labor to replace them? So it's very important to not just look at the warranty and look at the repercussions of what it actually costs to replace a meter, change it out in billing, the water loss that wasn't registered, and so on and so forth. So we're very aware of that, and we don't want to stand here and say, hey, our meters are never going to fail. That's not true. That's not true about anything. What we will stand here and tell you is that we have a documented 10-year failure rate of less than 0.5% per year, which is by far the best in the industry. Okay?
Okay.
So, next on I told you that the meters could be checked with the phone and the app. There's an app on the phone proprietary to Camstrup. Anything done to this meter, whether it's programming the meter, checking the signal strength of the meter, or even reading the meter in AMR mode, if you have collector failure, is all done with the phone and the app and this. That's all you need. For better signal strength, there's a rooftop antenna that's on a magnet that screws into here when this comes off for fallback reads. Next thing, the meter gives alarms. Most smart meters give alarms. If you know about these, I'm sorry for going over them again, but basically the meter will automatically tell the office if you have reverse flow, which could be a backflow that fails, or somebody flipped the meter around and stealing water to fill up a swimming pool. We've seen that many times.
You keep saying that the system tells the office or reports back. Do we have to manually have somebody checking this out, or?
Well, that depends on you. So if somebody in the office wants to check these info codes every day, they can. But the software has the capability of saying, hey, what info codes do you want to be a priority? And we'll email those info codes to you or text them to you or a group of people every day. So, no, you don't have to
set up an alarm system via text.
That's correct. That's
to let
correct.
them know that there's a problem.
That's correct.
Is that an additional cost, or
No,
is that
it's
in
not.
here?
No, it's not.
That's good.
Yeah. So we could set up so that if the meter's not sending a signal, it would send an email?
No.
No, we can't do that.
It's not for the lack of a signal. You have to run that report to see that.
I missed that. What did you write?
He was asking, could they have it also, if a meter is not calling into the software, would that be in the alarm report as well? And the answer is no, it would not. I don't know if that's a feature that's coming down the line. I'd hate to, tell you that, but
with your system, do we need somebody responsible in the district office to help monitor it, or?
No matter what AMI system you get, you're going to need somebody that is going to monitor. And I would say the average monitoring, it seems to be, especially whenever you have the automated alarms coming in, monitoring to make sure that meters are reporting properly is usually something that's done on a weekly basis. So I think a standard procedure in the office that was checked and that report was run on how many percentage of hourly reads have I received from my whole district every week would be plenty, enough. You can also in the software with 2 clicks of a mouse make sure your collector's checked in.
In your opinion, to run your system, do I need somebody, and I'm asking for your help on this.
Yeah.
Do I need somebody in the district office who dedicates 20 hours a week or 20 hours a month
No, I think you need somebody in the district office that could, if all the alarms are going to Joey and his staff,
Yeah.
as far as looking after the software and looking after the health of let's call it system health. To monitor system health, I think it can be monitored in as little as 30 minutes a week.
Okay.
And when we deliver training, we deliver quick reference sheets that are laminated.
What
So
Joey and his staff are going to do?
it depends on how many leaks come in, how many bursts come in, how many reverse flows come in, how many alarms come in. But that's depending on what's happening in the field, which is hard to predict. If the customers have a lot of leaks and the hourly charts are showing leaks, Joey and his staff will be emailing quite a few PDFs or handing them out to customers, the usable data. But if that is not happening at the residence, then Joey and his staff don't have a lot to do.
And
I'm sure we can give him something else to do.
I'm sure he has plenty.
Yeah, and really what happens too is when you get a system like that that's providing you a lot of information, it's great, but all of a sudden all those problems are identified where you're having leaks or issues with the system, so it causes a work order and someone to go out and check out that meter, see exactly what's going wrong, or interface with the customer. I know that several of the vendors I've talked to, and I'd like you to comment on this, said when you get one of those systems, you really need to have one person dedicated to making sure that system is operated and maintained correctly, whether it's checking the antennas, whether it's checking meters, whether it's checking work orders that are coming out from the office related to those codes.
You know, I think if you had a person trained that knew how to go talk to customers and give them reports, consumption reports saying, you guys got a leak in your house and the meter's telling us that, we want to save you money. And if that same person could monitor the health of the reads, the percentage of hourly reads that are coming into the software, making sure the collectors are checking in as they should, once a week. And then that same person could go do, if you had a small number of meters that wasn't reporting all the time, wasn't giving you that over 95% read rate, if that person was trained, which it would not be hard to train that person to do all that. If I can learn it, anybody can. I'm definitely not the smartest guy in the room. So if we train that person to do all of that AMI duty, then I think that they could easily spend doing all of it. The part that was going to Joey, everything. I think they could easily spend, 20 to 25 hours a week doing that. Therefore, it depends on the volume of leaks that are in the homes, of bursts that appear, of people that are stealing water, dry alarm. They take the meter out, put a pipe in there, and steal water to fill up pools. I mean, all that stuff happens, and we know it. I'm not saying it happens in Sun and Lakes, but I would venture to say it probably does sometimes. So,
if Joey was to come up with a person to do these 20 or 25 hours a week, do you provide training for that person?
It's already in the RFP. That training is already priced in there.
Okay, good.
And that person's separate from your billing manager who is
Correct.
Okay.
This is more of an operations
Right.
type position as opposed to a billing position.
Right.
Now, a lot of utilities use their billing personnel to do the monitoring, and then they issue it out to the guys in the field.
Sure.
But if you had a dedicated person that had a good communication with the billing staff, there's no reason why that couldn't happen, and why it probably wouldn't be more efficient, as opposed to having multiple people with their hands in the software. So, speaking of that, with the software, a master user, super user, can assign duties. So if you had a person that was in training and you didn't want them to be able to mess up any type of customer information in there, there's restrictions that you can place on what they can and can't do until they're proficient. So not that that's a big deal, but it is a big deal if somebody messes up your software. So that's definitely preventable, by the district. So we've kind of, also the last alarm I want to go through is a low battery alarm. These meters will tell you when you have a 6 month, and this kind of segues back to your, when should we be concerned? These meters will tell you when they have a 6 month low battery alarm, and it'll come through the AMI system for you. So it'll automatically let you know when your battery life is escalating per capita in the meters in the ground. Okay.
How often do these batteries need to be replaced?
Sir, there's no replaceable parts on any of those meters. Camstrup builds those meters to last 20 years, and there's no replaceable parts at all.
Battery included?
Everything. There's no replaceable parts. You'll never replace a part on a Camstrup meter.
I need some of those in my house.
Yeah. So, they believe that if there's, like I said, things have changed. It used to be that all you could buy is meters with replaceable parts. And they made replaceable parts because they planned on them failing. Okay? Things are different now. You don't have to buy a meter that you have to replace the parts. It doesn't have to be that way anymore. I want to go a little bit into the software. I'm not going to go super deep because I doubt you guys are going to be jumping into the software. I'm just going to tell you what it can and can't do, and we've already talked about some of that. The software is icon-based, so it's like your phone. The icons on your phone, that's how you operate the software. Okay? You can have multiple users. We've covered that. The hourly charts that it produces are very simple to get to. Most of the time when we do a software demo and somebody has another type of system, whether it be drive-by or AMI, they look at each other like, did you see how easy that was? Because our software, it gives you robust features, but it's super simple to run with the icons. The meter alarms, we talked about that. It gives you a water loss function. So Joey could take all of his supply meters and put them in a route, then all the consumption meters in a route, and he can figure his water loss on a day, a week, a month, a quarter, custom time frame right there in the software. You can easily export your monthly reads to billing, and you don't need any more software, no in-between software to do that. It comes directly out of this meter data management software straight into billing. So there's no in-between. Yes?
Here's a question. How do you make the transition from the old system to the new system? Because it's got to take you several months, I assume, to do this, right?
Yes,
So we're going to be on two different systems for a while.
Well, right now you are exporting reads. So let's say you're exporting 3,900 reads. I'm going to use round numbers. And after month one, let's say we have, 400 meters installed. So the billing clerk and I she'll export her now 3,500 reads from what's in the ground now. And she and I will then export the 400 new meter reads. And as it goes along, it gets less of what you've got in the ground now and more of Camstrup meter reads. And then upon completion of that, she is completely trained on how to export those reads into billing from our software.
Yes, you would run a parallel
Yeah.
systems.
You have to, right?
Through the transition phase.
And how long would that transition, in your opinion, take?
I'm going to say 25, 100, 400.
You guys are
Willing to do it.
I'll give you a day or two.
There's such, yeah.
If you guys can handle that, they'll probably shoot for
I don't think you want to do that. Yeah.
And-
There's such a sweet spot when it comes to the amount of data that has to transfer, the quality control of that data, the verification of that data, and the swapping of that data, the training that gets involved. We've laid out a detailed training program for Sun and Lake should we end up doing this job. And I'm going to say that they're going to do in the neighborhood of 180 to 120 meters a week, depending on the difficulty of those meters. 80 to 120 meters a day. So, yeah, so you're looking at anywhere between, 1,500 to, let's say it's 1,500 to 2,000 meters in a month. So in 8 to 10 weeks from start to finish, even the large meters, the, additional antennas, all the fine tuning, it could be that type of process.
And it wouldn't be a typical transition because there's nothing to transition from. Our current system has absolutely no capability to provide us reads. We're doing it manually.
No, but he's talking about export-wise. You're still entering it in billing manually, and then you're exporting that, or you might just be going straight to billing.
We're putting the reads in that we get manually, estimating
Okay.
the other ones, and going straight to billing.
Let me back up then. They're going to manually enter that first month 3,500 reads like they're doing now, and then we're going to take about 2 minutes and we're going to upload the other 400. And they're going to be mad at us like, why aren't you done yet? Yeah. So that's how that'll work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I was thinking,
Yeah.
yeah,
It's just not a typical transition from billing system to billing
because you're not
system.
getting reads at all.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So a little bit more about the software. We talked about water loss. We got the monthly reads out. You can verify whether the collectors are healthy and calling in just with 2 clicks of a mouse from the software. We talked about doing that once a week. And then the performance of the percentages, we've already covered that. This is what the home screen of the software looks like. Everything you access is from those 6 icons. So Sorry, Chris. Anything you access is from these 6 icons. So at any time they're in the software, everything I told you that you can do on the software, you do from those 6 icons. Nothing is more than 2 or 3 clicks away from that home screen. There's always a home button at the top, and that's what's kind of neat about this for people that aren't software savvy like the guy on the microphone right now, is that I can get into the software and get to working, and if I want to re-navigate, I just hit the home button, and boom, I'm right there at my icons again. And that's why people learn it so quickly and so easily. So for Joey's staff or the experienced staff in the office, it doesn't matter. Anybody can use this software, and anybody can become proficient with it. I think you guys have seen hourly consumption charts. I know that I included some in my, if you want to see one, I'll walk it around, but basically it's just a visual so you can help customers see the anomalies. Or I have one here where they left the hose on for 10 days out back of their house. They tried to say they didn't use the water. There is none of that. When you have good hourly charts and good data, you know, it's easy to help the customer see the water was used. All right. If you need a report from any of our hourly charts, you just click the report button. It automatically generates it into a PDF that can be emailed or printed out and taken out to the homeowner. I want to talk a little bit about emergency response because I know we mentioned before that we do deal with inclement weather. So emergency response is something that is usually not brought up by the vendor. It's more brought up by the district. We talked about the fallback reads. You can take that cell phone and that converter and go get all the reads from all your meters anytime you want to, even though they're in AMI mode. Nothing has to be changed on the meter. Nothing has to be changed in the software. And then from the field, I can send all those reads back to the office from that cell phone at any time, 365. So that converter is what it takes to do that. It's on a map view, so as you're driving around, the map of Sun and Lakes has a bunch of dots on it, and those dots are meters. And when you get your reads, the dots disappear. When there's no more dots and the bottom says, hey, you've got 75 out of 75, you're done. It's as simple as that icon-based software I just showed you. That is.
Just drive around and just drive around.
Yes, but it's also, so you're viewing the map of Sun and Lakes on your phone, and the dots disappear as the meters are read. So there's no way to, misreads are a big conversation. There's no way to have a misread whenever you got the dots on the map and the totalizer in the bottom.
That's for emergency
That's
purposes.
emergency, that's correct.
So if the system goes down, we can still read them.
You can still get your reads, you can still send them to the office, and they can still export all meters to billing and no manual entries like they're doing now. Okay?
And your system has the capability, though, if we wanted to do drive-by versus antenna?
Yes.
We could do that?
If you decided to not put a collector up,
Right.
then you could absolutely put a drive-by system in. Because of the data that you get with AMI, I don't suggest it, because I've seen the difference. I've seen the difference in a drive-by, even with that dual-band meter and the AMI, in the amount of data and the amount of help that it gives to your district. I can't even stress what it's like to have that information at your fingertips. I know that you guys have, you've been there before under that presumption, and it didn't work. If you see it really work with the lack of failures in a proven system, it truly is a tool that once you have it, you can't. I have guys that were a little not so optimistic. I won't call it pessimistic, but they were reserved, especially field guys. And 3.5, same utility, 2,500 meters. They'll tell you today, if you took that AMI system out, they'd all quit. It has really made their job just so much easier. They can actually help their customers with the custom reports with the consumption, it does make a difference. So if you're going to spend if we look at the cost of this system and you pull out the cost of infrastructure and the cost of installation and the software cost changes, it's such a small percentage of the whole project. I think it's not worth it to just go drive by.
Yeah, and the value to the customer service people and to the customers, because from those patterns and that reporting you get, they can tell somebody, looks like you have a toilet leak, looks like a line broke, or a number of scenarios. If they want, you email and say, here's where it went on, here's where it went off.
It allows you guys to be proactive.
Right.
Yeah. It changes the conversation about how the customer in the home feels about the guys in the field. It changes that when they show up and there's a feature on that meter that it gives you the real-time flow rate. So you can tell a customer, I've got a leak. They say, no, I don't. Joey can say, look at this meter. Right now, you have this much water per minute, this many gallons per minute going through your meter. And the customer can actually see, okay, everything's off in the house and I still have water flowing through my meter. It changes the conversation between your employees and their end users. It does make a big difference.
Do you know what estimated network and software cost is? What that means?
Estimated network and software cost?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
What is it?
So it depends on if it's for a year or it depends on if it's for the full 20 years. So you have an initial, well...
What did you turn in? I don't know.
Well, I do know what, you want to tell you what I turned in?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this thing says it was $43,674.
Okay, so that is the first year cost. That's to purchase the software, the Reedy Manager data management software, and the hosting fee. So it stores all your data for you on the server. Okay, so then the next year, that's the first year fee. The next year, that I think gets cut less than in half, because now you're not buying the software anymore. You already bought it. Now you're just paying a hosting fee annually. And I can tell you what that hosting fee is if you would like me to.
So each year it's going to cost $20,000, roughly.
Roughly. Without me, I can look it up and tell you exactly, but each year, yes. But it's costing you that now. The system that you have now has
I'm trying to understand your numbers.
Yeah, gotcha. Every AMI system or even an AMR system is going to have a software fee and a yearly hosting fee to store all that meter data at the server.
And which is a separate fee from your billing software or your Encode, whoever's handling that side of it and hosting it for you, because they're two separate systems.
Correct. It's two separate systems, it's two separate hostings, and it's two separate companies that work together to get the billing done for the district.
I didn't hear that one.
Oh. I said the hosting fees he's talking about is the capability of the meter to transmit the signal and get that data, but there's still, we use Encode, there's another hosting fee you have because the software to run the billing system is different. So they have an input, and then we have another system that we operate that generates our bills.
That's the normalized network and software cost?
Well, that's his, but we have...
He's got the same number listed twice.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, we have, no, not in there. We have a separate fee with Encode for our software and Tyler Tech that hosts our billing system. So we still have those software costs related to our billing and work order system that's separate from his meter system.
I can answer. I'll circle back to you before we leave, and I'll pull up my spreadsheet that I turned in, and I'll be able to answer your question specifically for you. I just can't see it when my presentation is in front of me. Okay. So I'll do that for you in just a minute. I'll be glad to. We're almost done, actually. So the last thing I want to talk about in emergency response is Waterworks has built a completely mobile hydraulic collector. So it has the same collector on it that'll be on your towers, but it's on a 45-foot lift. And it tows behind the vehicle. It can be deployed in less than 5 minutes and retracted in the same amount of time. So if the district has a major hurricane, if we have a Irma, we've built this collector to not just run off 110, but also off of 24 volts DC. And we could bring that collector out, deploy it. The antennas you're using are 40 to 60 feet, so it's right there in that same range. And we can assign this collector in a matter of minutes and deploy it at Sun and Lakes to help you should you need to get your reads in, and let's say your staff doesn't have time to go get fallback reads. We could use this mobile collector to help the district, and we have that available. As we grow in AMI customers, we grow in mobile collectors to make sure that we'll be able to respond.
Okay.
Okay? Why should you use Camstrup? This is a quick recap. We have a licensed RF signal that's high powered and it's very intelligent. The power up and power down module on the meter, as you saw in the prop study, gives exceptional range with the minimum amount of infrastructure cost and maintenance. I can surely say that Camstrup is the only company in the United States doing business that's been building only ultrasonic meters for over 30 years. They truly pioneered it. They've got the meters figured out. The low flows, they don't give water away. They have extremely low flow capabilities because they measure with ultrasound, and their less than 0.5% failure rate speaks for itself. We have to have accurate, reliable reads, which Camstrup gives you, if you want accurate, reliable billing. If you don't get the accurate reads, you'll never get the accurate billing. If we don't have the reliable hardware, like we talked about before, none of the rest matters, because it won't make any difference if you have high failure rates. There's unmatched quality control at these facilities where they build these meters. I would implore you to go to YouTube and search Camstrup construction, meter construction on YouTube. I think you would find it very interesting. They have simple to use software but very robust results, easy to learn for the staff. And you have dedicated, reliable emergency response, and we're 4 miles away. So with that, if you have any other questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Any questions for Jody? Or I'll just get straight to figuring out what that Excel spreadsheet looks like for you.
I would like to throw out a couple of things. He touched on it a little bit. Camstrup has the lowest...
A little closer to the mic.
Yeah, talking to the mic, Jody.
Okay, is this better? Camstrup has the lowest start flow rate of any meter on the market right now as far as ultrasonic. It starts picking up water at 0.015 gallons per minute. Some of our other meter manufacturers on the market, they start at 0.03 or 0.05. So you think that that's not a lot of water, but there's been studies done. 5% of the average household water use is under that 0.05 gallons per minute. So with our meter, you're catching more of that water. You're billing for more of that water that you guys are producing or selling. Also, he mentioned we're located in Roswell, Georgia. If you guys would like to take a field trip to the plant up there, just let Travis know, and we will get that set up.
I love when they buy me dinner every time I do.
Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Okay, I'm on that spreadsheet for you. So when they put this RFP out, when we filled this out, they didn't put the software fees on the same spreadsheet. So the one-time fee is $19,284. That's the one-time upfront software fee. I'm going to find the hosting fee for you.
The one-time fee is $19,000, and then it's how much?
Then it's $7,074 per year.
Okay.
So I don't know where the 40 comes from. I'm sure that MeterSys has they've put something else in there that's got to do with software. I'm not sure, but I can tell you that's a fact. The $19,000 is to purchase the software, and the $7,000 is for hosting annually each year.
I mean, the only reason I bring it up, to be honest with you, is that you are so low compared to these other quotes. It stands out like.
Do you remember me telling you that Jody Klein locked in your pricing before the price increases? That's why. You're looking at, I think, safely, there's probably $150,000 worth of quote that we didn't have to quote because we got your pricing locked in. And secondly, I'm in your backyard. So, I can afford to manage this project probably better and less expensive without the fees that other meter manufacturers would have to. So I gave that to the district, because why charge for something you don't have to do?
Okay.
Another thing is, they don't build multiple, you got companies, every company out here, they want to build a mag meter, they want to build a mechanical meter, they want to build an ultrasonic meter. Well, then they have to compete against themselves on which ones they want to pitch to utilities. Camstrup is very simple, but very robust, as we've discussed today. They build ultrasonic meters, and ultrasonic meters. And they build very good ones. That keeps costs down.
Who would be your installer?
Yeah, Invocor. There's a complete write-up. If you need the write-up and Chris doesn't have it, I have it separated out. I can email it to you. There's a 30-page document. They're nationally renowned. They're very good. They're very good at what they do. I don't need headaches out of installs. We're going to get the right people.
And the project management is done by?
That's done by us. They have a construction manager, and then we do our own project management. And that would be me on the training side of it. And then we have another project manager that we would bring in that retired. We've used him on projects. He retired from Palm Beach County after 41 years in project management over there. And if we decided we wanted to bring him into the project, we could also do that. He's very good. The last project he did was a 12,000 meter installation project in Riviera Beach. So
Riviera Beach?
Mm-hmm. He's very good at what he does.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you for having us, guys. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Have a great weekend.
Okay.
Appreciate your time and patience. Oh, wait a second.
Which is interesting. Oh, you got to take those back?
Well, I was going to put that on the shelf, just in case.
I thought you were going to hook those up. See what they
Thanks.
say.
Thank you.
You can swap it out when you put it.
Good luck to you. Okay, we're going to go back to action agenda number C, I think.
Well, and I think after that presentation today and how it's all interrelated, that our consultants are online and listening to this and have some questions, and we have some too after this presentation, and we were going to pose them to the vendors in writing and get some answers back. And also part of our scoring was looking at the references, which Encoder, we're also calling the references that they listed from the installers, and bring the package back with a recommendation on January 7th, because all this will be like dominoes falling.
Okay.
Following.
I still think it needs to be all lumped together.
Right.
Because that's the total cost of the package.
Right. And the only comment I'll make is when he talks about, and I understand the concern about project management, and, I was bringing forward a proposal. I still think that's like you have your paving company out there putting the asphalt down, and if you don't have boots on the ground watching them, might not be as thick as you want, might not have been done according to the spec. So regardless of their good project management, I think we need to have an owner's rep that represents us, not them, watching those people and working with those people.
Oh, you put that's what you got here.
Yeah.
That's the 50,000.
I think you guys are going to see there's a lot of extra costs that are going to be in this.
Oh, wait.
I thought,
Go ahead.
based on the matrix, these were the top two, Ferguson and Waterworks.
Yes, sir.
But I thought they were within $100 of each other.
Well, it depends on what meter type you use. On the bid, on the base meter.
Well, Ferguson is $1,850,000.
Okay. And that's my mistake then, because when we did the ranking without looking at the pricing, the two lowest ones were within 100. The other vendor, Neptune, they're at the top of the scale. And of course, they're going to say, and they're all over Florida. They have huge installations, hundreds of thousands of meters in Hillsborough County, out in Cape Coral. And one of the reasons he said it's hard to get the meters is all these communities that are growing, and even like our county over in Cape Coral, they're putting in 200 homes a month. It's the fastest growing community in Florida. But yeah, there'll be a huge price difference, and that's why I want to check some of these questions and see if there's some movement in it with them. But I think it all needs to come back
I mean, I'd like
as
to
a
see you
package.
come back with what you want and your two recommendations.
Right.
And have them priced out.
Right.
Not
And-
as a general price like you gave us here.
Right.
But company, whatever it is. One, this is what it's going to cost you.
Comparison
Company
chart.
two, and then my recommendation of the two is whatever you decide.
Yeah, and where I have some concerns too is some of the hosting and, whether they handle it on their end or we handle it on our end. The cost difference, some of it may make sense to let them do a little bit more of it.
This is not an easy
Oh, no, and
challenge.
either way, you're looking at spending $1.5 million, minimum. And that's why I'm concerned too. But regardless, when I put in my number 5 additional utility position to maintain new system, part of that is those systems do require maintenance, and you do get more work orders from customers because now you're sending them notes, hey, we think you have a leak. But at least they aren't coming into the office at the end of the month saying, why my water bill's so high? And you say, well, you obviously had a leak in here sometime. No, I didn't. And you don't argue with them. You can be proactive with leaks or breaks. And you're sending somebody out because they say, look, I don't have a leak in my house. And then you say, well, go shut everything off in your house. And they come back out and the meter's still spinning. So you do get more customer service calls, and typically there's a meter specialist assigned to work with billing that gives them all those work orders. It's not your people that are doing clean outs and fixing broken pipes and that.
I know you're going to look at everything, but what you got to also do when you make the comparison of the two is to tell us why they're different.
Right.
And quite frankly, and I'm speaking for myself, I'm going to take your probably where you want to go if the finances make sense.
Right.
Because I know nothing about this.
Yeah.
And as much as I can read, I'm still going to know very little about this. Not enough to make a qualified decision, which is why you're here.
Yeah, well, and I have a lot of questions too, and before I can make a recommendation to you in
That's
confidence, and if it's the higher cost, justifying that to you. And of course, when you're dealing with Ferguson and Neptune, they're the big boys on the blocks. They do have a lot of overhead. But they, again, when you look at the installations.
I rely on your decision, but after seeing what you present to us. But this is a big nut.
And I thought legal stuff was boring. After that, I'm like, geez.
And in all honesty, we've dragged this out. That I don't mind dragging it out another 30 or 45 days if that's what's necessary to get to the right conclusion.
Yeah, and
You can't do it wrong.
Yeah.
No, and from my perspective, I started working with the district 2 months before anything really happened. And when I got into October, that's when everything started. Okay, let's issue the RFP, get working. So to me, for the work we've done in 2 months and 2 weeks on this, I think we've made a lot of progress.
I just want to do it right, to the best of our abilities.
It's
We're
like
never going to know if we're right until.
it's like Infomark and Paycheck. I'm at the head of the chopping block if it goes wrong. If it's like Infomark and Paychecks, I'm the head pin.
Okay, will somebody tell me what we're going to do now?
Well, we do have
If we're done, if we're not, I don't care.
We do have a resolution to appoint Stephen Bloom as the treasurer.
We also got these other things too, or we're not going to.
I think we're deciding that we're going to, officially it looks like, yes, I think it's item C and E and H is all going to be tabled and will come back in a different format at the January 17th.
Okay.
Yes.
See,
I agree.
I just need to be told.
Yeah, so to do it officially, like if someone would like to make a motion in a second to table those 3 items to be brought back, potentially in a different format at the next year.
I make a motion that we take item, under action items, C, E, H, come back. C, E, H, we table until the next meeting so that we can gain additional information.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, motion in a second. There's no public comment, so all we're going to do is.
Supervisor Hotelling?
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
President Gilpin?
Yes.
All right, and we did have agenda item I, which was for approval to issue an RFP to Deer Run Golf Course Irrigation Project.
We did have.
Jay.
I do have a question on the report.
Yes. Another action item.
Huh?
Another action item on my report. And that is board approval to approve resolution 2021-12/10-50, appointing Stephen Bloom as treasurer of Sun Lake Sebring Improvement District. And that's basically appointing him as the treasurer so he can sign the checks and the AP and AR that we sent down to him because they issued the checks. And on that note, we're at the point where we sent all our vendors letters. He's gotten one, and the invoices will be going directly to Infomart. They'll send up the automated files, our managers and us to approve them, and they issue the checks, mail them out.
Okay, I need a motion. And a second?
Second. So I have a question for you with regard to the resolution.
Or do you have to vote on
We have to
it?
vote.
Oh, we got to vote?
Yeah, we have.
Sorry.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
Supervisor Hotelling?
Yes.
President Gilpin?
Yes.
So on this landowner election, I was just curious. Correct me if I'm wrong, in the past, we've had the county take care of the balloting.
Not that I'm aware of it. The board passed a resolution and had the county exit stage left in that whole process. And
I don't know what happened. I think they just said they're not gonna do it.
Yeah, that's basically what happened, is the county said they weren't
We
gonna
didn't
do
do
it.
that.
Pass the resolution.
I'm just blessed.
So we had, we had, Wicks, Bryan, and Williams was the accounting firm that came and did the certification. Mhm.
Oh,
At the last
she was
one.
here during that whole process.
Yes, correct, but she had said that she would not, certify it. So it was, we hired, Kena hired the accounting firm of Wicks, Bryan, and Williams.
And that was at a cost of about $1,747. And we have engaged them to do the same thing this time around.
I'm sure that's not the budget. Was that the budget?
I'm not sure where it was in the landowner. I haven't seen it.
I don't even think we knew about it.
I haven't seen it. Yeah, there's a lot of things.
Yes, I didn't know the county did that, so.
I know the county was here.
Mhm.
I didn't know that, the county did not certify that last time?
And Penny was here just because she gets involved in a lot of what's going on in the community, so they really came out just to see what was happening.
Yeah, she did it,
She said.
I remember talking to her, she didn't have to come out, she wanted to.
So these guys, this company Revive will be here for the actual,
They do
that
that.
actual day.
Yes, sir. Entire day. They do the full ballot counting and certify the election. So our staff is involved in counting ballots. And on January 7th, we will bring the ballot because candidates have until December 28th to file a run. So at that point, we'll have a draft ballot ready to go. The board approves that ballot. We have the proxy forms ready to go. And the election will begin.
When do they, people have the ability to say they want to run?
Up until December 28th.
When's it start?
Started already.
Do we have anybody who's, said they want to run?
Most of them will wait till the last minute.
I've had a couple ask how much it pays.
Very good. We can tell them it's so simple.
I told them it was $100,000 a year.
Yeah, you don't wanna tell them.
That's the rest of it.
So, and, I just had a few items on here, really, a replacement project, we're moving forward with the wastewater facility plan. The Rural Water Association assured me that rate case would be done today. I'm waiting for that document to come up, but we're also looking closely, and the rates will touch on this, with increasing our connection fee, because we're basically at $800 and $400 for water and sewer connection. And And all the other utilities in the area are twice that, with the exception of Spring Lake Improvement District, it's just a little under 1,900. So anytime you look at a new house coming up here and what we charge for water and sewer connection, we're leaving at least $600 on the table, probably closer to 1,000 or 1,200. And I don't think that's going to impact the builders or people buying new homes, but that money goes directly into the utilities capital improvement fund. That's what connection fees are for. And also,
So you're going to bring that to us
yes, sir.
with a comparison?
Yeah, I got the comparison and waiting for the rate study, so I'll do the same thing with the rates, where we are in comparison with the adjacent utilities and where we want to go. I'm not looking at anything onerous, but I think we need to move toward the middle of the pack instead of being the lowest in the area. And it's reflected in the operation, maintenance, and repair and renewal of our system. And also getting a proposal, I think it came out before, that about a third to a half of the security cameras that are here don't work. So we need a proposal to see if we want to put those cameras back in action.
Security cameras will work.
They have them at the pool, they have them at the water plants, they have them at the wastewater plants.
They don't work. Maybe you should ask some of these people what they're doing. I mean, what's going on?
Well, that's why I know they don't work. In the proposal.
No, what they did. They all just can't gone.
Well, they don't function, and when they broke or stopped working, I'm not sure. But you're not, if you put a
I
camera
certainly
out.
hope we're setting some different rules than everything we've had before.
Somebody didn't want to spend the money.
I think
It's what it is.
that's exactly that. I think we got a proposal a while back to replace and repair the cameras if needed, and stop right there.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna resurrect it, bring it in here, so at least if you don't want cameras.
This is smart, right?
Bring Trump in.
I'll tell you what, everybody blames everybody. It's a great place.
Well,
I can't wait till I leave. You know how much I'm going to be blamed?
Well, the goal is we're gonna put it all in here.
I mean, this guy's every page list of what he's going to blame you for.
Do you have anything?
Yeah, I just got a little bit. So I talked to Brandon Craig at Laconi's firm. They are not going to be able to, they're not looking to replace him. So I'm going to be meeting with them next week to pick up the files that Scott was working on and try and talk to them about potential. There's a big area for litigation here in Highlands County because there's not a lot of litigators left. So hopefully try to figure out some recommendations of where we can send those files. I have a meeting with the official.
This is only one suit, right?
Yeah, the multiple lawsuits that we have. I'm having a meeting with the building official on Monday. Actually got a time on his calendar. So I'll be meeting with him on Monday regarding some of the issues that we have, going on here in the district as far as like our permitting and stuff. But also the 5801 Granada, I was told that there's been he received some, after he did his study, he received some, I guess, a call from an interested buyer trying to resurrect that project. So that's I want to talk to him about that, about the feasibility of that happening and how quickly it's going to happen, because we're tired of seeing it, sit there.
I don't even know if they can, I'm not sure they can even do that. I think they may have to.
Well, I think he gave a recommendation, but I think he says they're going to have to pull, my recollection says they're going to have to pull the trusses, replace the trusses, but I think concrete block is usable.
I think that's usable.
That's what, based on what he.
For sure the woods,
Yeah, so hopefully I guess when I actually get to sit down with them and talk to them about that, and then hopefully get some stuff in place with some of these things that are happening where people are getting issued permits through the county without going through us. I'm going to talk to them about updating their system. So,
do we ever get involved? You know that gas explosion that happened last fall?
No, I don't know about
it. We don't get involved.
No,
on the same street.
Granada.
Yeah. Oh, that triplex. During Christmas, right? It blew up.
Yeah, last year.
Yeah.
So we don't have natural gas facility. Was it a propane tank?
What was it? Anyway, we don't get involved. Right?
No. That's all.
Anything else, Ariel, that you want to talk to us?
No, thank you.
I have one question for you. Just remind me, the grant request for the sewer project. That was their $5 million project.
The SRF, yes.
Yeah, that's, we're gonna hear back in 2022 on that, or was it like, just get back to me.
I sure will. I'll call and just have a check-in with Corbett and just see kind of how.
That was never budgeted, that's why I'm asking.
Yep, you got it. I'll schedule a follow-up call with Corbett just to kind of
Is
see
it
where
possible
we're at.
when we start the budget process, now it's only a couple months away when we started it, we're gonna have, if that's gonna happen in 23.
Sure.
We're gonna have to put it in.
Yep, not a problem.
You'll see a lot of line items being added to the budget, so when you're looking at that number, you know how it was put together, and then if you want to cut, cutting versus saying, we'll take 10% off that line item and leave it up to someone else. And it's kind of easy for us because we just roll it
the
straight.
budget differently than we've done in the past, you should probably preview with us beforehand.
It's going to be an improved product.
You probably should preview with us.
So we're going to get started earlier, so we'll have
Probably should
introduction.
preview with us beforehand.
Yeah, because today is okay, but this is not, it's, we don't have even one presentation of an hour. We had two. So, I don't mind change, but this was a little much. But just for the future. And nobody cared, but my budget has never been left alone this long.
Here's one more issue I want to.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
This issue pertaining to the issue pertaining to the water test. I just want to go on record saying this problem started in 2019 under the previous administration. And there were rules set up at that point in time to prevent it from ever happening again. Obviously, nobody followed it because it's happened at least twice now. I didn't know it happened in July, but I guess it just recently happened. That letter you sent out said July.
Well, that one in July was a reference, and to show you the public notice, we have to distribute to our customers that if you don't have a water sample taken when it was required, or you get a failure on one, you have to provide public notice.
We took this water thing, Mike was probably one who hear. No, we took this thing pretty seriously. We said, this is not to happen.
And the one in July was a sample that was supposed to be taken in the second week of the month, and was taken in the third week of the month.
Yep. I'm just telling you, if it happens one more time, somebody's head's gotta go.
And
this is not a good thing for us.
no, it's not. And I'm sure the people up at the end of the street, the gorilla in the room, their accreditation board, their hospital people, they take notice of that stuff very seriously. So.
Well, and then we get, put out the boil, water notes.
Well, we don't have
We
to
get put in paper.
Yeah, we don't have to do it on this one. It's really those, the sample wasn't taken, and luckily, the December samples were taken at the beginning of the month by the time we found out. And it's like, oh, everything was fine in December. So if there was a problem with those samples in December and those November ones weren't in, it would be a different story. But
there's no reason for it to happen.
No, I understand, and we're working on that right now to put some fail safes and make sure it's two sets of eyes on it.
Okay. Is that it, guys? I don't know what to deal with, but.
Good.
In the meeting.